Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Pokemon. Born in a psychic family, I am invincible. Chapter 41. The next day, August 14th, was fine. Did you forget anything? Chen Ma looked at Chen Qi, who was only carrying a backpack, and couldn't help asking. Mom, this is the 10th time you've asked me. Chen Qi smiled helplessly. Chen's mother gave him a hard look, and then said, Son, Norman's mother is worried, not to mention that this is the first time you have traveled far alone. Chen Qi patted his chest and said with a loud smile, Don't worry, I have everything with me, I will take care of myself. Smart freshmen have already sent their luggage to the school. Instead of carrying a large bag, Norman traveled all the way to the imperial capital. Obviously, Chen Qi is such a smart person. While driving the car, Father Chen laughed and said, When you go there, get closer to your cousin. After all, she stayed there for an extra year, so ask her more about everything. I know, Chen Qi nodded. Father Chen continued. Also, it's still the same when you go there. Be low-key and high-key, don't lose face to our Chen family. Speaking of this, Father Chen's eyebrows fluttered and he said loudly, I think back when I was in college, I was a legendary figure, who didn't know. Get to the point. Chen Ma glared at him. Hey, these are the important points. Chen's father smiled coyly, and continued, Stop conflicting with your classmates. Of course, it's okay to have conflicts. We will resolve them on the battlefield. If you encounter unjustified things, just call us. Although there is an imperial capital over there, our Chen family is not a vegetarian, and your grandfather's name is even more famous. Anyway, if you encounter an urgent matter that you really can't help, report your grandfather's name and promise to solve it. Hearing this, Chen Qi became even more curious about Chen Wei's specific responsibilities. He saw a lot of strange things about the Hanhe Forest incident some time ago, and just a phone call caused such a big battle. Helicopters are nothing unusual. He used to be able to pick up and drop him off to school if he wanted to. The most important thing was the 5 people who followed closely behind Chen Wei. They were obviously well trained, and each of them was a well-known big shot. And Chen Qi could clearly sense that they had a murderous aura on their bodies, and their eyes were fierce, which belonged to the kind of children who stop crying. It has something to do with the magistrate, Chen Qi thought to himself. Limited to his current level, and Chen's father and mother did not take the initiative to tell him, Chen Qi failed to know Chen Wei's specific responsibilities. But judging from the attitude of Chen's father and Chen's mother, and the unconcealable fear on the Pokemon hunter's face at that time, the old man must be a ruthless person. Thoughts flashed. Chen Qi didn't ask his parents about this matter. Since they didn't take the initiative to bring it up, they naturally had deeper considerations. Although Chen Qi was curious, he was able to restrain his curiosity. Throughout the ages, countless traversers have gotten into a lot of trouble because of their inexplicable curiosity. After a long time, the car stopped firmly in front of the train station in South Sichuan City. We won't go down anymore, you go in by yourself. Father Chen turned his head to look at Chen Qi and said. No problem. Chen Qi nodded. Chen Ma looked up at him, and the countless words brewing in her mouth finally turned into 4 short words, be careful. It is good. Chen Qi nodded heavily, then waved to the 2 and got out of the car. When the car gradually disappeared from sight, Chen Qi looked up at the tall train station, and was fascinated by the 3 large characters on it, Chuanan Station. Emperor Capital, here I come. Chen Qi spoke in a low voice, his eyes full of expectation. He walked towards the inside of the station. Xuanbei City, Anliang Village. Girl, you must be obedient when you go there. Don't fight with your classmates. If you have a grievance, tell grandma. The old lady leaned on a cane and looked at Chu Yuning with a smile. Chu Yuning wore a high ponytail and looked quite heroic, but at this moment her eyes were slightly red and her lips were tightly pursed. Okay, take everything with you, there are many people on the road, don't lose your things. It's school, call grandma. Chu Yuning nodded heavily. Bu Yi, little Eevee lay on Chu Yuning's shoulder, stretched out its little paw and waved at the old lady twice. I know. The old lady said with a smile, Eevee, you will take good care of her too. Buyi. Eevee nodded quickly. When you get there, don't be homesick and study hard. Grandma is still waiting for you to live in a big city. The old lady said with a deep-eyed smile. I will work hard. Chu Yuning's eyes were firm. Okay, accept all the money your neighbors give you. The emperor is a big city, and there are many places that need money. Speaking of this, the old lady had a bright smile on her face and said, you are the only one in our village who has been admitted to university this year, and according to the village chief, Kunlun University is a particularly good one. Okay, Grandma, I can't stop talking, so hurry up and start your new life. The old lady said. Chu Yuning's eyes swept over one by one, the grandma with a kind face, Puchina wagging her tail, and the old house where she lived for more than 10 years. Finally, she said softly, then I'm leaving. Go. The old lady waved her hand. Chu Yuning dragged her luggage without looking back, stubbornly and resolutely set foot on the road ahead. Chuanan City is located in the southwest region, thousands of kilometers away from Imperial University in the northeast. Although the speed of the train is not what it used to be, it still takes more than half a day. Of course, flying is a better option. Less time and cheaper prices. But Chen Qi doesn't care about this little time. Instead, he prefers to enjoy the scenery of various places through the car window and get in touch with the world up close. This train was very quiet. Chen Qi looked around. Most of them were boys and girls who looked like college students. Also, this time is the craze for the start of school, and the quality of college students is often very high. In the class group, every student was posting a photo of himself going to the university. Pei Qian, who took a picture at the gate of Shanghai University, Yao Ying, who took a picture at the gate of Dongwang Magistrate Academy, and so on. Chen Qi couldn't help but think of Stephanie in Anliang village, wondering which university she was admitted to. Thoughts were surging. Cousin Bai Yu sent a message. Where are you? How much longer? Chen Qi tapped the screen and replied, hurry up, it's only 3 hours away. Okay, I'll pick you up with my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Yes, I will introduce you later. Chen Qi put down his mobile phone, leaned on the seat, and enjoyed the scenery passing by the window at a high speed. The imperial capital is almost here. August 14th, 7:30 in the evening. Imperial Capital Railway Station, finally reached. After hearing the arrival announcement, Chen Qi left his seat along with other passengers and walked towards the exit. Soon, at the exit of the station, he saw his cousin Bai Yu from a distance. She had short hair and looked very capable. Bai Yu, this name sounds quite literary, and one can imagine that the girl named this must have a quiet appearance. But Bai Yu is just the opposite. She has been a tomboy since she was a child, and she is even crazier than ordinary boys. It is the complete opposite of the shy and shy Chen Qi in the past. But with such a personality, Bai Yu was able to study patiently, and was admitted to Imperial University with high scores in the college entrance examination. Last month, she happened to become a glorious elite trainer. And beside Bai Yu, stood a quiet-looking boy, wearing a white shirt and silver-rimmed glasses, giving off a gentle and refined look. This should be the boyfriend Bai Yu was talking about. Here. Bai Yu also saw Chen Qi, who stood out from the crowd, with a bright smile on his face, and he waved vigorously. Chen Qi nodded, and walked quickly towards Bai Yu. Cousin, you have changed. When Chen Qi stood in front of Bai Yu, the latter looked him up and down carefully, and said the first words after not seeing him for a long time. Before Chen Qi could answer, Bai Yu patted Chen Qi on the shoulder and said with a grin, you've become even more handsome. And it looks a lot more cheerful. It seems that Pokemon has indeed changed you a lot. Chen Qi smiled and replied, I still prefer the previous sentence. Hearing this, Bai Yu laughed loudly, then pointed to the boy beside him and introduced, this is my boyfriend, named Chu Wai, your senior, let him cover you after entering school. Chu Wai smiled gently, stretched out his hand and said, I have already heard your sister introduce you, a top student who is close to full marks in the college entrance examination. Okay, let's get in the car first. Bai Yu clapped her hands and interrupted their conversation. It is really not appropriate to stand and chat at the exit gate. Soon, the three got into a taxi. It's already night now. You can go to the school to report tomorrow morning. My sister has already booked a hotel for you, which is next to the school. Go and put your luggage first, then go out for dinner, and have a good rest at night, Bai Yu said. Okay, Chen Qi nodded slightly. Next, Bai Yu began to introduce to Chen Qi the interesting places and delicious food in the capital city. The car was driving slowly on the road, with the evening wind blowing gently. Chen-Chi looked out the window at the scenery. The neon lights on both sides of the road are in full bloom, and the lights of buildings of various shapes are fully on, reflecting the bright Lucas, just like Sutopolis is built into normal, gorgeous and contest. All kinds of lights shone in Chen-Chi's eyes one by one, and he suddenly understood why so many people yearned for the busy metropolis. Before I knew it, the taxi had been driving for more than half an hour. Bai pointed out the window and said, "That's Kunlun University." Chen-Chi looked intently, and a classical Hideki school gate came into view, with many students coming and going at the school gate. Bai went on to say, "Kunlun University and our school are close together, and there are even small paths connecting with each other inside the school, so they are jokingly called brother schools." "So this is Kunlun University?" Chen-Chi suddenly nodded. Kunlun University is a first-class university with high admission scores, and there are also a large number of people applying for this university every year. The car drove past Kunlun University, and the gate of Imperial University appeared in sight more than 10 seconds later. As the so-called Northern Imperial Capital and Southern Demonic Capital, the status of Imperial Capital University goes without saying. It is the top university in Dongwang. Not long after, the taxi stopped in front of a hotel next to Imperial University. Chen-Chi put his backpack in the hotel, and then led Bai to a hot pot restaurant. "I haven't eaten hot pot for a long time." Bai threw a piece of tender beef into the hot pot and sighed. "Midsummer is the best time to eat hot pot." Chen-Chi ate a piece of hairy belly and asked, "Sister, is there anything I need to pay attention to in the field military training?" Upon hearing this, Bai touched Chu Wei's arm with her elbow, and replied casually, "Let me tell you, Senior, he is professional in this area." Chu Wei smiled slightly, put down the chopsticks in his hand, looked at Chen-Chi and said, "Tomorrow is your reporting time." After completing a series of registration procedures, the field military training will start the next morning. The location of the field military training is located in a small secret area. This secret area is the exclusive secret area of Imperial Capital University, and it is used as a location for field military training every year. Chu Wei's eyes flickered slightly, and he said slowly, "The goal of the field military training is to spend 7 days in this secret place." Bai swallowed tender beef, and added, "It's a long time, so prepare enough clothes in advance." "You don't need food, it's inside." Chen-Chi nodded thoughtfully. "Among them, what you are most concerned about is the ranking of field military training." Chu Wei continued. "As the saying goes, the higher the points, the higher the ranking, and the points here are determined by the number of days spent and the strength and number of defeated Pokemon. Explain carefully that every time you successfully pass a day, you will get certain points, because some students may withdraw from field training early due to various factors. And there are countless Pokemon in the secret realm, which is also the main source of points. Pokemon of different strengths provide different points." And, at this point, Chu Wei raised his eyes and glanced at Chen-Chi, and then said, "Because your research department and breeder department are not good at fighting, the school allows you to form teams in twos, while the fighting department prohibits you from forming teams." Chen-Chi nodded. Of course, most of the students in these two departments don't pay much attention to rankings and points. The school only wants you to participate in field military training to exercise your field survival skills. But these two things are very important for the students of the combat department. The points can be exchanged for many breeder resources and even Pokemon. The ranking can increase the popularity, and the popularity can play a key role in many cases. Chu Wei said calmly. "Well, that's about it." Chu Wei thought about it carefully, and after confirming that there was no missing information, he said, "Thank you, Senior, for clarifying the confusion." Chen-Chi said. Chu Wei replied with a smile, "You're welcome. If you have any problems at school, just ask me." Bai said with a smile, "Your senior is very famous in school. It's sure to be useful to find him." After eating the hot pot, Bai and Chu Wei went back to school, and Chen-Chi went back to the hotel to rest. The next day, it's just dawn. After Chen-Chi finished his breakfast, accompanied by Bai, he completed a series of registration procedures, and a new class group appeared in the social software, Class 1 of the Research Department. Compared with the popular Battle Department, the Research Department and the Breeder Department have always been less crowded, with almost a dozen students in each class. When Chen Qi inquired, he found that there were only 6 classes in the research department this year, and there were less than 100 students in the whole grade. Compared with the battle system with hundreds of people next door, it is really bleak. The only good news is that there are more women than men in the research department, an astonishing ratio. There were 12 students in the class at this time, and there were only 3 students including boys and Chen Qi. After registering, Chen Qi bid farewell to Bai Yu and went to the dormitory alone. Although there are few people in the research department, the accommodation conditions are good. There are only 2 people in each dormitory, and the dormitory area is more than 50 square meters. When Chen Qi pushed the door and left, there was already a boy in a floral and green shirt sitting inside. He had a delicate appearance, but he looked a little thin. Seeing Chen Qi walk into the bedroom, the man immediately stood up and greeted him quickly. "Brother, are you another roommate of mine? Introduce yourself, my lord, Tang Qi, from the imperial capital." Tang Qi smiled, and his words and deeds revealed strong confidence. Chen Qi immediately understood that this person must have a strong background. Chen Qi responded with a smile. "Hi, I'm Chen Qi, from Chuanan City." "Hey, Chuanan City, what a great place," Tang Qi replied. "Brother, is that all you need?" Tang Qi then glanced at the backpack behind Chen Qi and asked suspiciously. "Other things are sent, go get them now," Chen Qi said. "I'll help you," Tang Qi said without hesitation, quite warm-hearted. Chen Qi glanced at him indistinctly, thought for a second, and finally nodded. "Okay, then I will trouble you." "What? We will be brothers in the same dormitory from now on, this little thing is nothing." Tang Qi showed his big white teeth and smiled. After a long time, with Tang Qi's help, the two moved all of Chen Qi's things back to the bedroom. Chen Qi started to make the bed and pack things, while Tang Qi sat by the side with his legs crossed, doing nothing. "Brother Chen Qi, what is your Earl Dervish Pokemon?" Tang Qi couldn't help asking. "Torchic, Torchic." Tang Qi patted his thigh, nodded and said, "Torchic, good Pokemon." Afterwards, he looked eagerly at Chen Qi without saying a word. Chen Qi understood what Tang Qi meant, so he asked, "What about you?" Hearing this, Tang Qi smiled and replied without thinking, "I'm Ghastly." Ghastly. Ghost is a Pokemon, and its final form is a cute purple fat man, which is very rare. Sure enough, Chen Qi's guess was right, this Tang Qi did have quite a background. "Brother Chen Qi, the field military training will start tomorrow. Our research department can team up in 2 groups. How about we work together, and we can take care of each other?" Tang Qi suggested. Meeting Tang Qi's expectant eyes, Chen Qi shook his head and refused. "Sorry, I have other arrangements, so it's not convenient to form a team with others. This field military training is a good opportunity to level up." Tang Qi's character was beyond Chen Qi's expectations. After being rejected by him, Tang Qi not only didn't get annoyed, but asked Chen Qi interestingly about what was important. After a prevarication, Tang Qi took out his mobile phone and started to contact another boy in the class. That afternoon, the homeroom teacher told all the freshmen the precautions about the field military training in the classroom, which Chen Qi already knew last night. "Teacher, I have a question." Tang Qi sat next to Chen Qi and raised his hand to ask. "Tell me." The head teacher nodded. "I heard that there are special rewards for the top students. Is this true?" The homeroom teacher nodded and replied, "Yes, there are special rewards for the top 10, but don't worry, they are just formal rewards and are of little use. The student who ranked first needs to speak on behalf of the new students at the opening ceremony, and many people should be interested." But obviously, except for Tang Qi who was watching the counselor with great interest, the rest of the students lacked interest. "Okay, everyone have a good rest tonight, gather at the playground tomorrow morning, and I will lead everyone to the secret place." "Clear. It is good." After returning to the dormitory, Tang Qi approached Chen Qi mysteriously, and whispered, "Brother Chen Qi, I also heard a gossip about field military training, do you want to hear it?" Chen Qi raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Tang Qi. A slight smile appeared on Tang Qi's face, and he said in a low voice, "It is said that every field military training will be broadcast live. After entering the secret realm tomorrow, the staff will give each of us a brooch-like thing, which is actually a miniature camera. It can record our defeat of Pokemon, and then enter it into the points system to display the real-time ranking. In addition, cameras are widely arranged in this secret place, and they will be filmed all day long. At that time, members of the school team and the leader of the teacher will watch and select good seedlings. Afterwards, he winked at Chen-Chi and said in a low voice, "You know, after more than a month since the start of school, there will be an exchange competition for freshmen, and our school will definitely select the best students to participate. And this is exactly the important purpose of field military training." Chen-Chi suddenly realized, glanced at Tang-Chi, and said abruptly, "Brother Tang-Chi is really not simple, you know all this information." Hearing this, Tang-Chi's eyes wandered, he quickly waved his hands, and quickly explained, "Where is there? What is there? The head teacher will tell us the news tomorrow, I just heard it from others." Chen-Chi chuckled, and did not continue talking about this topic. Early the next morning, on the bus to the secret place, the class teacher introduced the secret place for the field military training. The Pingxi secret realm we are going to is located 30 kilometers northeast of Imperial Capital University. The Pingxi secret land covers an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers, and its geographical features are rich, including relatively complete forest shrubs, wetland lakes, geological relics, and river valley ecosystems. After a brief introduction to the Pingxi secret realm, the class teacher began to distribute a miniature mobile phone to each student. You can only bring this thing into the secret realm, not the rest of the electronic equipment. This thing is fully functional. You can check your points and real-time rankings on it, and you can call for rescue. Of course, if you choose to call for rescue, you will lose the qualification to stay in the secret realm. Finally, you can view the various regions of Pingxi secret realm on it, with detailed information marked on it, and you can check it later. After finishing speaking, Chen-Chi began to check the secret map on the miniature mobile phone. The outermost area is the rookie-level Pokémon area, and the middle is the senior-level Pokémon area. And some places are marked in bold red, which is the elite Pokémon area. By the way, I will remind you one last time. The class teacher suddenly said. Don't try to beat Pokémon by other means. One of your seniors once entered the elite Pokémon area, tried to defeat Pokémon with traps, and ended up lying in bed for a week. What a talent! Chen-Chi secretly sighed, but suddenly noticed that Tang-Chi's eyes lit up after hearing this. Unknowingly, several buses slowly drove into the parking lot and stopped under the command of the staff. This is where the research department and the breeder department enter the mystery. Due to the large number of people in the battle department, enter the secret realm from another entrance. Come with me, classmate, gather at the front first. The head teacher shouted loudly at the front. Everyone got out of the car and followed the head teacher to the front. At this time, hundreds of people were already standing on the huge open space in front of them, carrying big outdoor bags, their faces were full of excitement and anticipation. After a while of uproar, a middle-aged man with a calm complexion stood at the front. He glanced around, and his voice was deafening like Hong Zhang Dalu. Welcome to Pingxi Secret Realm, all students. I am Zhang Hongbing, the general manager of this field military training. Here are a few things to keep in mind. First, please protect the environment in the secret realm and don't litter. Second, life is the first criterion. In case of emergency, please call for help immediately. Third, we have prepared a certain number of outdoor items and miniature brooches at the entrance of the secret realm. Hearing this, Tang-Chi raised an eyebrow at Chen-Chi. The miniature brooch is equivalent to a miniature camera, which can record the performance of the students in the battle in the secret realm. Speaking of this, he paused for half a second, looked into hundreds of pairs of eyes and smiled. Of course, don't worry, it will definitely protect your privacy and only record the battle situation. After saying this, Zhang Hongbing stretched his fingers behind him and said loudly, Okay, everyone, please take the class as a unit and enter the secret realm after receiving the outdoor supplies. Immediately afterwards, the head teacher gave a few instructions, and everyone walked forward in order. After receiving the outdoor supplies and pinning the brooches on the front and back of the chest, one by one the students entered the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm is a dark hole, like a continuously rotating black hole, leading to a mysterious unknown road. When Chen-Chi stepped into the secret realm, a sense of dizziness came over him instantly, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Chen-Chi opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him had changed drastically. Right in front is a wide lake. From a distance, the lake looks like a bright mirror, shining brightly in the sun. The breeze blows past, swaying layers of shimmering light, shadowy and shadowy. And in the vicinity is a large expanse of lush grassland, full of greenery. Chen Qi looked up again, only to see the rolling mountains in the distance. The peaks of the mountains were shrouded in clouds and mist, like the abode of immortals. After careful observation, Chen Qi found no trace of other students. It seems that the place to enter is randomly assigned. Chen Qi muttered in a low voice. Afterwards, Chen Qi took out the map and checked his current location. Well, I'm currently in the southwest of the secret realm, head all the way to the northeast, and I can find an elite Pokemon area. But there is no rush now, let's raise Combusken's level first and let it break through to the elite level. It was clear from the beginning that Chen Qi's goal was the elite Pokemon zone. As Father Chen said, be low key and act high key. Such an excellent leveling opportunity was in front of Chen Qi, so he naturally had to grasp it firmly. At the same time, all over the Pingxi secret realm, students appeared one after another out of thin air. After observing the surrounding environment, they released Pokemon and set off towards their respective destinations. Chen Qi raised his hand and threw the Pokeball, white light bloomed, and Combusken appeared beside him in a radiant spirit. I'll be counting on you next time. Charlo, Combusken yelled back. The two took steps towards the nearest senior level Pokemon area. It's a pity that I don't have a Pokemon mount, so I have to travel by myself. At this time, if there is a tall and mighty Arcanine, or a steel-armored crow that can carry people flying, it will be very easy. This place is located in the rookie-level Pokemon area. Chen Qi trotted all the way, and there was no video of the rookie-level Pokemon appearing in the video. His goal was firmly heading towards the senior-level Pokemon area. About an hour later, Chen Qi successfully stepped into the normal-level Pokemon area. This time, Chen Qi continued to ignore the normal-level Pokemon that appeared, and moved forward with all his heart. It took nearly half a day before Chen Qi finally stepped into the edge of the senior Pokemon area. I finally know why the field military training has lasted for 7 days. Chen Qi laid out a moisture-proof mat, sat on the ground to rest, and complained. It's too big in here, so big. The plan to subdue the Mount Pokemon must be advanced. At this time, the rankings on the microphones have undergone earth-shaking changes. And Chen Qi's points are still 0, ranking at the bottom. After resting for a while, seeing that it was getting late, Chen Qi stood up and decided to hurry up and practice leveling. Let's go, look for prey. Chen Qi said. Chen Qi and Combusken began to look for wild Pokemon in the dense forest, and finally got the blessing of the Goddess of Luck, and a senior Pokemon came into view. This Pokemon is black and gray all over, with aqua-blue compound eyes and colorful wings. Pokemon. Beautifly, worm, flying. Ability. Bug premonition. Qualification. Gym. Level. LV26 Senior. Very good. She looks so beautiful, it must be worth a lot of experience points. Chen Qi said pleasantly. Seeing Combusken running towards her aggressively, Beautifly flaps her colorful wings violently, setting off a burst of silver wind. The seemingly docile Beautifly is actually full of aggression, and will attack violently once provoked. The whirlwind roared and came head-on towards Combusken. Heat wave. Chen Qi ordered with a calm gaze. Charlo. Combusken's eyes froze. He opened his mouth, spit up a hot breath, the heat wave was rolling, and he made contact with silver wind in midair. The whirlwind whined, the flames surged, and the two squeezed and collided with each other. Grass clippings fly and the temperature rises. Boom. Accompanied by the rumbling explosion sound, a flamethrower burst out of the rising black smoke in an instant, hitting Beautifly's chest. The latter screamed, swayed, and fell straight to the ground, completely incapacitated. Beautifly was twice restrained by the fire-type skills, plus her own defense was low. Chen Qi was expected to be instantly killed by Combusken. Seeing the increase in experience points, Chen Qi greeted, "Let's go." Now facing this level of senior-level Pokemon, it can no longer cause any obstacles to Combusken. While walking through the woods, Chen Qi was thinking about important things. Combusken has enjoyed the top breeder resources from the very beginning, and the training methods and breeder methods are very reasonable. I wonder if they can leapfrog the challenge. That is to use the strength of the peak of the senior level to challenge the Pokemon who has just entered the elite level. It's okay to be low level, and it's very possible that there will be a leapfrog challenge. After all, the difference in combat power of each Pokemon is not particularly large. But as the level of strength gradually increases, the challenge of leapfrogging becomes almost impossible, as difficult as reaching the sky. Secondly, there are still many trainers in this world with backgrounds that are not inferior to mine. The resources they can use are not inferior to mine. Except that the leveling up is not as fast as mine, it is difficult to widen the gap in other aspects. Chen Qi once heard Dad Chen mention it. When the external influencing factors are not much different, it is necessary to start from other aspects, such as a more detailed breeder method, a more difficult training method, etc. Many trainers will choose to go deep into secret and dangerous places, challenge their physical limits time and time again in the cruel environment, and constantly transform between life and death. Just like the carp leaping over the dragon's gate, Magikarp challenged his physical limit time and time again in the process of challenging the waterfall upstream. That is, to use one's own weak body to challenge nature. In this process, spiritual will, energy activity, and even life fluctuations will be seriously affected. If the challenge fails, you will be seriously injured or even devastated. If the challenge is successful, it will jump over the dragon gate and drive the improvement of life level from all aspects. When the Combuskin is in its final form and its bones mature, we can start similar training. Chen Qi thought to himself. In fact, Chen Qi has another idea, which is to use psychic to create a gravity training room. The so-called gravity training room is actually able to control the size of gravity in an area in a certain space, covering all aspects of the body without dead ends, and achieving the effect of greatly improving physical fitness. However, it is almost impossible to achieve this effect with ordinary technology. The reason why Chen Qi came up with this idea was precisely because of the growing psychic in his body. But don't be in a hurry, you have to read the relevant knowledge first, and then try to make a gravity training room. Chen Qi's eyes flashed slightly, and he said in a low voice. But before the gravity training room, the weights can be put on for Combuskin and Medig. Thousands of thoughts flashed one by one. Chen Qi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in a low voice, yes, points. He took out his microphone to check his points and ranking. Chen Qi, points 100, ranking 216. Not bad. Seeing this, Chen Qi muttered. Compared with other people, it took him a long time to start to act, and the points should be comparable to others. But as far as Chen Qi knows, there are more than 800 freshmen in this class, and he only beat one Pokemon to come to the top of the ranking. This shows a problem. The freshmen with senior Pokemon are definitely very few. Defeat rookie level Pokemon 5 points, 20 points for normal level, 100 points for senior level, and a terrifying 500 points for elite level. Looking at the above information, Chen Qi read in a low voice. No wonder the class teacher said that there was a senior who took the risk and tried to defeat the elite Pokemon through traps. The difference between the senior level and the elite level is too big, he lamented. Come to think of it, being able to get a Pokemon breeder to the veteran level at this point in time is pretty amazing, let alone the elite level. I forgot to ask in advance what was the highest score in previous sessions. Once Combuskin breaks through to elite Pokemon zones will have the greatest reckoning ever. At that time, Chen Qi's points should be very scary. Dad, I did as you said, doing things with a high profile. Meanwhile, the top 2 spots on the leaderboard caught Chen Qi's attention. Lu Bin, with 540 points, ranking 1. Shen Weiyui, 500 points, ranking 2. And the third place below them has only 300 points, which is very different from them, and there is a serious fault. It's 500 points in half a day. These 2 people should have senior level Pokemon, but they don't know their identities. Chen Qi secretly guessed. Charlo. Just as he was thinking wildly, Combuskin at the side suddenly issued a warning sound, interrupting his thoughts. Chen Qi looked up, and saw that the ground not far away continued to protrude one after another, and the ground shook slightly, as if there was a giant moving underground. Use brick break towards the ground. Chen Qi fixed his eyes and ordered decisively. Charlo. When the words fell to the ground, Combuskin stretched out his right palm, which was glowing with sharp white light, and turned it into a knife in his hand to slash at ground. Boom! In the next second, the soil collapsed, the rock cracked, and a crack appeared on the ground in front of Combuskin. Whew! Immediately afterwards, a terrifying roar sounded suddenly, deafening, the leafage fell down, and all the nearby Pokémon scattered. The roar spread far, far away. Not far away, a student was commanding Pokémon to fight. After hearing the terrifying roar, his eyes widened and he froze in place. Chen Qi raised his head, looking up at the figure in front of him that could block out the sky. The boulders are connected together like a big snake, and the texture and violence of rock are shining on the hard body. Roar! It raised its head and roared, then stared at Chen Qi with cold eyes, bared its teeth and showed a fierce smile. Chen Qi raised his eyebrows, realizing that he had finally encountered a hard stubble. Pokémon. Onyx Rock Ground. Ability. Solid. Qualification. Gym. Level. LV29 Senior. The strength is infinitely close to the elite level, and the attribute restrains combustion. This Onyx is indeed not to be underestimated. It is probably the totem of this area. This Onyx has developed very well. The average Onyx is close to 9 meters tall, but this Onyx is 10 meters tall. Looking up, I feel extremely small. In fact, it's not just Onyx, there are many Pokémon in your perception of normal size, but when it really appears in front of you, you will clearly understand its huge size. Roar! Onyx was the first to launch the attack. It looked up to the sky and screamed, and saw countless rocks appearing out of nowhere in midair, almost occupying half of the sky, and then it seemed to be instructed by Normal to smash them down. Like falling meteors, rock is attacking combustion with astonishing momentum. Quick attack. Chen Qi calmly spoke without haste. Charlo. Combustion took a step forward, with a light body, and the extremely developed leg muscles made it run at a high speed, turning into a white afterimage. Step on the rock, and get closer to Onyx. Chen Qi said with a flash in his eyes. Charlo. Combustion's eyes were fixed, and he jumped, lightly jumping onto a falling rock, and then he jumped again, using the rock as a springboard, constantly climbing, and constantly approaching Onyx. Roar! Onyx's expression froze, never expecting his rock tomb to be dodged so easily. This move is called Rock Tomb Blockade. Chen Qi narrowed his eyes and said softly. In the animation, when Ash confronted Locke, the chief inspector of Carlos' gymnasium, he was troubled by Onyx's rock tomb and it was difficult to break through the countless falling rocks. After some special training, Ash's Froakie evaded Rock Tomb by jumping to get close to Onyx, which Ash called Rock Tomb Blockade. The combustion has much more muscular legs than the Froakie, so it doesn't require special training to achieve the same results. Although Ash is a reverse attribute master, he has many classic moves, which can be reproduced one by one. Chen Qi's eyes flickered slightly, thinking secretly. The well-known one is the counterattack shield, which is definitely the most classic move. Field. Rocks fell to the ground one after another, creating huge deep pits and setting off waves of dust and smoke. Brick break. At the same time, combustion assist rock jumped to the top of Onyx's head, his right palm glowed with white light, and he slammed down. Boom. As if Onyx was severely injured, severe pain spread from the top of his head to his whole body. It let out a furious roar, shaking its head desperately, trying to throw combustion off. However, the combustion bottom plate is extremely stable, even if the Onyx shakes, it remains motionless like a mountain. Facing large Pokémon like Gyarados and Onyx, the top of the head is indeed the best breakthrough point. Looking at this point, Chen Qi muttered in a low voice. But what happened next made Chen Qi slightly dumbfounded. I saw that Onyx gave up shaking his body, and instead began to rapidly spin, as if he wanted to connect his head and tail. Looking at this scene, Chen Qi immediately understood what Onyx was thinking. This is the steel skill, Euro Ball. It can pass rapid spin tackle rival. The slower the speed is than rival, the higher the damage. Obviously, this Onyx has very rich practical experience. As a result, combustion had to jump to the ground to avoid the attack. Rumble. With a huge roar, Onyx connected end to end, while rapid spin, while rolling towards combustion. The momentum is huge and the momentum is amazing. Facing the menacing Onyx, Chen Qi calmly, with calm eyes, ordered, bounce. Charlo. Combustion's eyes were like a torch, and he responded. Immediately, his leg muscles tensed, and he jumped high, jumping to a height of more than 10 meters, avoiding the rollout attack from Onyx. Seeing his attack smack down in the air, Onyx stopped in place and roared at combustion in midair. At this moment, Combuskin fell straight down from midair, and the target was still, above Onyx's head. Roar! You are done. Although Onyx wanted to avoid Combuskin, the latter was very agile and still landed precisely on top of its head. Bang! 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 Immediately afterwards, Combuskin waved his claws, leaving shallow marks on Onyx's hard body. Bounce belongs to the flying skill, which is not effective for Onyx. But Chen Qi didn't expect Bounce to do much damage to Onyx. Continue to break. Chen Qi shouted. Charlo. Combuskin received the order, turned his palms into hand knives, and slashed violently, causing considerable damage to Onyx. Roar! Onyx rage roared, and its huge tail pounded the ground, directly smashing the rock beside it, and the ground shook violently. It's almost. Chen Qi looked up at the angry Onyx, and murmured softly. He was hit by 2 brick breaks in a row. Although Onyx had an amazing defense, he was still severely injured and his physical strength declined seriously. Wow! Suddenly, Onyx gave up shaking his body and stretched his tail above his head. I still want to repeat the old trick. Chen Qi's eyes flickered slightly. The next second, he stretched out his arms and yelled, jump up, and use the flamethrower. Charlo. Combuskin responded, and in an instant, he stood tall and splashed, facing the Onyx spit up that started rapid spin below with a thick flame. Boom! The flamethrower hit Onyx in an instant, devouring its huge body completely. The flames burned, the flames surged, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. After a long while, with the sound of dong in his ears, Onyx's heavy body fell heavily on the ground, his whole body was scorched black, and his eyes had turned into circles. Flamethrower, it was the last straw that defeated Onyx. Beating you with flames is already a shame. Look at Ash next door, just let Pikachu beat you with Thunderbolt. Chen Qi looked at Onyx who fell on the ground, and complained aloud. In short, after defeating this Onyx, Combuskin's level has been successfully raised to level 29, only the last level left to break through to the elite level. At the same time, his points became 200, and his ranking jumped directly to 78th. During the period just now, the points of the top rankings have increased to a certain extent. It's unreasonable. A level 21 Pokémon gives the same points as a level 29 Pokémon. According to the school's regulations, the points provided are the same for Pokémon of the same level. After all, other people do not have a system and cannot accurately know the specific level of Pokémon. In this way, it is a test of each student's luck. If you are lucky, you will encounter Pokémon who have just entered the senior level in succession. If you are not lucky, you will be rewarded with the top Pokémon of the senior level. Well, our school does not accept unlucky ones. After making complaints, Chen Qi first let Combuskin rest for a while to replenish his strength, and then began to look for the rest of the Pokémon. After more than 2 hours, the sky was getting late and the sun was setting. Call. Almost. It's time to find a place to camp. Chen Qi looked at the distant mountain peaks dyed red by the sunset, and said in a low voice. During these 2 hours, his luck was normal, and he only encountered 3 senior Pokémon. After defeating them, Chen Qi's points have accumulated to 500, ranking 9th. The top 2 are still the previous 2. Lu Bin, with 840 points, ranking 1. Shen Weiyue, 800 points, ranking 2. You are really chasing after me. These 2 haven't been resting, looking for Pokémon. The night before yesterday, Chen Qi heard from Chu Wei that the competition for the rankings in the first 3 days would be very fierce, and the rankings would keep changing. Until 3 days later, the points gap widened, and the previous rankings would stabilize. In fact, it was also because some people had good luck in the first 3 days, and frequently encountered Pokémon that could be defeated, and gained a lot of points. Some people are unlucky enough to never meet a Pokémon. But what surprised Chen Qi most was the 21st place. Lu Yan, with 360 points, ranked 21st. Lu Yan. Is it Lu Yan from South Sichuan City? Confused, Chen Qi began to look for a suitable place to camp. Chen Qi. Is it Chen Qi from Chuanan City? Lu Yan looked at the rankings on the microphone with doubts on his face. Kami. Beside him, Wartortle stood still. Chen is a common surname, there should be quite a lot of people named Chen Qi. Lu Yan thought silently. But I'm in the same school as me, as a freshman, and with such a high ranking, and my name is Chen Qi, there are not many of them. Lu Yan's eyes flickered. He knew that there should be no such makeshift thing in the world. There is a high probability that this is Chen Qi from Chuanan City. If it's really him, then the ranking seems a bit low again. He probably hasn't taken it seriously yet. Lu Yan is very aware of Chen Qi's strength. Half a month ago Combuskin already possessed senior-level strength, let alone now. Although he doesn't know the specific strength of the top few, he probably won't surpass Chen Qi. But we've also come a long way during this time. Lu Yan said softly, and looked down at Wartortle standing beside him. Whether you are really Chen Qi or not, I will let you see the success of our practice during this period of time. Come on, Wartortle, and find a place to camp. Cammy. One person and one turtle, moving forward against the setting sun. The night fell completely, and the cold moonlight sprinkled the world, and the surrounding area was silent, with occasional rustling sounds and terrifying beast roars. Fortunately, almost all the students had already had the experience of surviving in the wild, so they did not panic. After finding a safe camping place, they began to rest. Some students are very confident in their Pokémon, so they go out in the dark to look for Pokémon. Everyone knows that night is the most active time for Pokémon, but the visibility is low at night, and the degree of danger rises sharply, which requires an experienced trainer to do so. Obviously, Qi Peng from Class 3 of the Battle Department has such confidence. Taking advantage of the cover of darkness, he looked for wild Pokémon. Qi Peng was walking on a path full of dead branches and leaves. Beside him was a Houndour, wagging its tail slightly and fluttering its nose, searching for Pokémon. Not far away, a full-body black Pokémon was walking slowly with light steps. It is petite, with scarlet eyes, and the ring-shaped golden pattern on its body glows slightly after being illuminated by the moonlight. This Pokémon is called Moon Pokémon, one of the evolved forms of Eevee. Moon Pokémon is a nocturnal Pokémon, active in the middle of the night when the moonlight falls on the ground. Its black body hair is integrated with the darkness, and it will always be lurking in the dark waiting for its prey and observing rival. Its big eyes can firmly capture the figure of its prey even in the dark. This Moon Pokémon is the biggest guarantee for Qi Peng to dare to search for wild Pokémon in the dark. Containing rival with a veteran Moon Pokémon and attacking with 2 normal Houndours is the most important reason why he is currently ranked 41st. The night is my home game. I must seize the time to gain points at night and improve my ranking. As the descendant of the evil gym master, Qi Peng is not satisfied with his current ranking. Not to mention the top 3, but at least the top 10. Father, I will definitely make you proud of me. He thought to himself as he searched for wild Pokémon. Suddenly, Yu Pokémon stopped in place, pricking up his ears. Qi Peng raised his hand, the 2 Houndours stopped at the same time, and then he closed his eyes. There is movement on the left. After a while, he opened his eyes and whispered. There was a faint sound of movement there, and there is a high probability that there are wild Pokémon activities. Afterwards, 1 person and 3 pets trotted towards the left. Not long after, the sound of movement became louder and louder. This time Qi Peng heard it clearly, it was the sound of fighting. Bang bang bang, hidden. Qi Peng sounded like a mosquito, and immediately walked forward cautiously. Soon, bright flames came into view, illuminating the surroundings. Qi Peng looked intently, and there was an open space in front of him. In the center of the open space, there is a bright Courtney. Courtney is standing alone, and Qi Peng can only see his profile. At this moment, this person was quietly watching the battle ahead. Qi Peng turned his gaze away, and the next second his pupils shrank suddenly. A Combuskin is fighting a Persian. The breath from 2 Pokémon is infinitely close to the elite level. Qi Peng only felt dry mouth, and after panting slightly, he moved his body so that the thick tree trunk completely covered his body. The night is shrouded, and the evening wind is blowing. Qi Peng hid behind a tree and watched secretly. Combuskin was confronting Persian, who was pacing back and forth, ruby shining on his forehead. Persian is arrogant by nature, violent, and very difficult to get close to. But it has a beautiful fur color, and its whole body is full of noble temperament, so it is still the first choice of pets for many big people. It's just that Persian was panting slightly at this time, and looking through the brightness of the fire, he could see obvious scars on his body. Obviously, before Chi Peng arrived, Persian and Combuskin had already played against each other. Finally, Persian couldn't bear his temper, and let out a low roar from his throat, which looked extraordinarily terrifying against the backdrop of the night, scaring away Pidgey, who was watching a show in the tree. Suddenly, Persian launched swifts one by one, coming through the air. Under Chi Peng's tight gaze, Combuskin's eyes were fixed, and it took a step forward, turned into a white afterimage, and attacked Persian at a high speed. Quick attack. At the same time, Combuskin, with his light body, easily avoids swift and rushes in front of Persian in an instant. Click. Combuskin swung his cold claws, and instantly tore Persian's soft and beautiful hair, and bright red blood oozes out suddenly. Persian groaned in pain. His red vertical pupils were extremely cold, staring at Combuskin in front of him. This speed. Recalling the scene just now in his mind, Chi Peng's eyes changed, and he was horrified. The speed that Combuskin showed just now is too amazing, and his moon Pokemon is probably going to be stunned in the face of this terrifying speed. Who is he? There are Pokemon that are infinitely close to the elite level. Is this really the same class of freshmen? Could it be the senior who accidentally left behind in the secret realm from the previous session? Well, Chi Peng admits that the last guess is too whimsical. But Pokemon who can possess this kind of strength at this point in time, as far as he knows, almost no one can do it. Do not. One guy did it. Chi Peng's eyes suddenly lit up, and a tall figure appeared in his mind. He is Lu Elite, the current Dragon Master. Lu Elite graduated from Imperial University. His Dratini was infinitely close to the elite level during the field military training at that time, creating an unprecedented scoring record. Only 1.5 months later, Dratini broke through to the elite level, evolved into Dragonair, and set a new record again. That year, under the leadership of Lu Elite, Imperial University swept other universities and became the champion of the freshman exchange competition. During his sophomore and junior years, Lu Elite won 2 consecutive College Student League championships, creating an unprecedented miracle. By the time he was in his senior year, Lu Elite had already become a gym-level trainer, and he broke into the top 16 at the Dongwon Conference, winning the limelight like no other. During his short 4 years in Imperial Capital University, he created too many miracles and became a legend in the hearts of every subsequent Imperial Capital student. Could it be another Lu Elite? Chi Peng secretly guessed. Do not. No, it's impossible. Lu Elite has come all the way. Background, resources, luck, and talent are all indispensable. His miracle cannot be copied. This should be a trainer with good luck. Although he thought so in his heart, Chi Peng also understood that relying on luck alone, it was impossible for Breeder to produce a Pokemon close to the elite level at this point in time. Chi Peng turned his head and stared at Chen Qi closely, as if he wanted to imprint his appearance in his mind, and find out clearly after he left the secret realm. Such a person must be on the list, and you will know when you ask. Chi Peng thought to himself. Thousands of thoughts are fleeting, and the battle is raging in the open space. Although Persian's body kept oozing blood, it was still in good shape. Sucker Punch came in front of Combuskin while his figure was flashing. Open your mouth, reveal your sharp fangs, and bite towards Combuskin. Charlo. Combuskin's eyes froze, and he was covered in hot flames, facing him head-on. Boom! The Combuskin and Persian collided fiercely, instantly setting off layers of air waves that spread in all directions. The air waves were unrestrained, and Persian was like a kite with a broken string, flying upside down a few meters away, before hitting the ground heavily. Looking around, its eyes have turned into circles, and it has completely lost its ability to fight. Not bad. Seeing this, Chen Qi showed a satisfied smile. This Persian is the strongest in this area, infinitely close to the elite level. After realizing that Chen Qi and Combuskin entered its territory, it launched an attack brazenly. After several rounds of fierce fighting, Combuskin finally won the final victory. This Persian has a lot of actual combat experience. It has obviously experienced big and small fights. In the initial confrontation, even Combuskin suffered a little bit. But there is still a hard power gap between the two Pokemon. After some fighting, Persian finally lost to Combuskin. At the same moment, seeing that Combuskin successfully defeated Persian, Chi Peng's eyes flickered slightly, thinking secretly whether he should go or stay. Father once said that people's hearts are unpredictable, and you should use the greatest malice to speculate on others. Although it is field military training at this time, the leader of the teacher has emphasized that students should help each other and conflicts are not allowed. Think about it differently. If I were him at this time, at night, I had just defeated a Pokemon, and a stranger ran out to chat with me, what would I do? Of course it is to stay away from this neurosis. Thoughts flashed. Chi-Peng took a deep breath and decided to leave this place directly, pretending he didn't see the scene just now. With his strength, he must be on the list. There is no need to take the initiative to ask now. Maybe he will know his identity in a few days. Recalling the principle that more is worse than less, that his father had always emphasized, he gestured to you Pokemon and Houndour, turned and left. Where are you going? But the moment he just turned around, a clear voice rang in his ears. Chi-Peng stopped where he was, his body was stiff and his eyes were wide open. After a while, he turned around stiffly, looked at Chen-Chi who was staring at him, and showed an awkward yet polite smile. Hello classmate, I'm sorry to enter this place by mistake. I'm leaving right away, right away. Chi-Peng's expression was sincere, but his tone was humble. Chen-Chi looked strange, looked Chi-Peng up and down, and then said, it's okay, if you don't find a suitable camp, I have a vacancy here. Ah, Chi-Peng was stunned for a moment. Seeing Chi-Peng's expression of astonishment, Chen-Chi was slightly taken aback. But now it is field military training, not the real field, and each student is a healthy competitive relationship, not a bad competition. After experiencing an incident in the Han River Forest, Chen-Chi specially trained his vigilance ability, especially during combustion battles. He would always keep an eye on his surroundings to prevent being spied on secretly or other Pokemon-activated surprise attack. Chen-Chi had already noticed that Chi-Peng was hiding in the dark, and kept silent all this time, just wanting to see what Chi-Peng was going to do. As a result, Chi-Peng was about to leave the place without looking back, so Chen-Chi stopped him. Seeing that the expression on Chen-Chi's face did not seem to be fake, Chi-Peng was taken aback for a moment, then struggled, and said, Student, thank you for your kindness. But I really just strayed into this place and didn't intend to disturb you. He paused for a while, then continued, Thank you for your concern, I also have a suitable camp. That's all, goodbye. As soon as the words fell, Chi-Peng quickly waved to Chen-Chi, and then left with the 3 Pokemon without looking back. Only Chen-Chi was left in a daze. And after he was completely away from this place, Chi-Peng stopped and stood there gasping for breath. Father once said that the tenet of our villainous school is to be cautious, prudent, calm, and calm. When facing strangers, keep a safe distance and be wary of strangers' overtures. Even if it's just field military training, I should implement this purpose. Be careful and live long. Having said that, his face changed slightly, and then he whispered, No. I'm not careful enough. I was still found under the cover of darkness, which shows that I was not cautious enough in some respects. Caution, 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 ... Seeing the figure of the strange boy drifting away, Chen-Chi scratched his head, really unable to understand what was going on with this guy. Forget it, take a good rest, and strive to break through to the elite level tomorrow. Thinking of this, Chen-Chi pitched his tent and slept in his sleeping bag. It was a quiet night with the cold moonlight shining down. The next day, early morning, Chen-Chi and Combuskin hurriedly finished their breakfast and started today's leveling journey. Before leaving, Chen-Chi took a special look at a ranking, and as expected, today's ranking is still very fierce. Instead, the first and second places switched positions. It seemed that the two had been fighting each other for a while. And because he successfully passed the day, he gained 50 more survival points. Shouldn't anyone be eliminated on the first day? Chen-Chi thought to himself. Not long after, today's first prey appeared in front of Chen-Chi. This is a spider-like Pokemon with a red and black belly, 2 pairs of yellow and purple feet, and purple eyes watching Combuskin quietly. Pokemon. Ariados Worm Poison. Ability. Bug Premonition. Qualification. Occupation. Level. LV27 Senior. This Ariados is high grade, a little surprise for the new day. In that case, I'll give you a treat. Chen-Chi muttered in a low voice. Immediately, he stretched out his arms and yelled, Flamethrower. Charlo. Combuskin opened his mouth, during which orange flames surged, and a thick pillar of fire gathered in an instant, and struck towards Ariados with a loud bang. The flames were fierce and fast, reaching Ariados almost in the blink of an eye. Ariados wanted to hide, but found that he couldn't dodge no matter what, and his body reaction speed couldn't keep up with the nerve reaction speed at all. Well, presumably this is also the status quo of many people playing games. Boom! Ariados was completely swallowed by the flamethrower, and the heat was rolling and the flames were burning. When the flames dissipated, Ariados was blackened and collapsed to the ground. Ariados is twice as restrained by the fire element, and flamethrower is Combusken's most proficient skill, so it is normal to be killed in one hit. After defeating Ariados, Chen-Chi took a look at Combusken's experience points, and he was only halfway to leveling up. Okay, keep going, Several hours later, in the afternoon, in an open space, Combusken is facing off against a burly Machoke, and Combusken is just down to the last of his experience points to level up. And at this time his ranking has risen to the 3rd place, only 110 points away from the 2nd place Shen Weiyue. I have to sigh that the first two are really scoring monsters. Chen-Chi reckons that they are either scoring scores 24 hours a day, or they are lucky enough to walk a few steps and encounter a senior level Pokemon. Fortunately, Chen-Chi was lucky, and it only took half a day to overtake several others and rank 3rd. At this moment, Machoke's strong body was covered with scars, and it had already suffered a lot of damage in the battle with Combusken. A fearless warrior, Machoke dared to attack despite his scars. With a low growl and firm eyes, it rushed towards Combusken with big strides, its palms turned into hand knives, bursting with sharp white light, and slashed at Combusken. Karate chop. Charlo. Facing the majestic Machoke, Combusken was not afraid. Its eyes froze, and its right palm also turned into a hand knife, facing Machoke head-on. Brick break. Boom. In an instant, the palms of the two Pokemon collided in a contest of force and force. In terms of strength, Machoke has never been afraid of anyone. After thousands of tempers, it has cultivated the most perfect figure, and its strength has reached its peak after countless times of polishing. But this time, it obviously encountered a difficult rival. Machoke clenched his teeth, his muscles tensed, his veins were exposed, and his face was ferocious. It exhausted all its strength, but it was still unable to repel Combusken. Instead, it felt a huge force rushing towards it, like a huge rock rolling in with a huge roar, crushing it in an instant. Machoke's knee flashed, and the next second his figure swayed, and he took several steps back. Combusken took his chance, covered in flames, and charged at Machoke. Boom! This time, Machoke was knocked to the ground with circles in his eyes. Looking at Machoke who fell to the ground, Chen-Chi shook his head. It's not that Combusken is too strong. It's because you've been hurt, and you can't exert your full strength at all. In short, after defeating this Machoke, Combusken's experience value finally broke through the critical point and was promoted to the next level. Elite class. Finally, we have reached the elite level. Looking at Combusken in front of him, Chen-Chi let out a long sigh of relief, with a satisfied smile on his face. It has been almost a month and a half since the day I received the Combusken. It is impossible for any rookie trainer to produce an elite Pokemon with 1.5 months of Pokemon breeder. After breaking through to the elite level, Combusken's strength has been greatly improved, and he has begun to sprint towards the final form. The final form of Combusken, Blaziken, has a very handsome appearance, which made Chen-Chi envious for a long time. It's strange to say that Blaziken, Metagross, and Gardevoir can all Mega Evolve. I won't form an all-Mega Evolution team in the future, will I? Well, it's quite hard to find so many Mega Evolution stones. Chen-Chi complained. In fact, there has not been a Mega Evolution in this world, and even Chen-Chi has not seen related reports about Z-moves and extreme Jontization. As a future Pokemon scholar, Chen-Chi felt that this was the perfect research content for him. However, there is no rush for this matter. Research is not as simple as imagined. We must first make preparations. Chen-Chi thought to himself. It's a pity that all the evolutionary forms of Eevee have been discovered, and the research content has been missed. Thoughts flashed. Chen-Chi opened the map and began to look for elite Pokemon areas. Well, I am now in the center of the senior level Pokemon area, all the way north, you can enter the elite level Pokemon area. Okay, all the way north. After making up his mind, Chen Qi first let Combuskin recover his strength, and immediately set foot on the road ahead. Imperial University. Varsity Room. The so-called school team is a special team that is different from the organizational department. Almost all the strongest trainers of Imperial University are gathered here, and they will play against other schools from time to time, and participate in freshman exchange games, college student leagues and other large and small events. In short, becoming a member of the varsity team is the only way for many students to become stronger. Captain, elder sister Yu, what kind of wind is this? Why are you here? The school team members in charge of the school team room asked Wang Zhou to Bai Yu and Chu Wai walking together. How is the field military training going? Chu Wai asked with a slight smile. Hearing this, Wang Zhou waved his hand and replied, Hey, that's not the case. The two people you asked me to pay attention to are far ahead, and the rest of the students are far behind them. Chu Wai nodded slightly, and said in a low voice, It seems that the top 1 or 2 must have been born among them. Bai Yu said to Wang Zhou, Hey Zhou, turn on the computer, let me take a look. Wang Zhou was stunned, and then turned on the computer and said, Sister Yu, if you ask me, there is really nothing to see. It's not like you don't know that the competition in the first 3 days is fierce, and the rankings can change as they say. If you want me to say, I still have to come back in 2 days, and then choose a good seedling among them. This is the case every time. The teacher leaders and the school team will not watch the specific situation of the field military training in the first 3 days, and will only wait for the ranking to stabilize before looking for good seedlings. While Wang Zuoxu was chattering, he had already turned on the computer and entered the live broadcast interface of the field military training. Bai Yu said, Search for it, Chen Qi, his student number is 4,434,396. Okay. Wang Zhou muttered while inputting information, Sister Yu, who are you? Bai Yu smiled and said, My cousin. He's from the research department. Chu Wai added. Hearing this, Wang Zhou nodded and said with a smile, Understood, the freshmen of the research department should be working together to fight against wild Pokemon. After a while, the live broadcast picture changed, and lush trees appeared on the screen. This is the third perspective. Chu Wai explained from the side. The school has installed countless cameras in the secret environment, which can be connected with the micro cameras on each student to present the images together. At this time last year, I was sitting here watching your battle in the secret realm. Hearing these words, Bai Yu suddenly nodded, then cast a sidelong glance at Chu Wai, and said in a strange tone, So you started thinking about me at that time. Wang Zhou kept silent and quietly pricked up his ears. Cough cough. Chu Wai coughed lightly, then quickly changed the subject, pointed to the computer screen and said, Look, your cousin has come out. Bai Yu turned her head and looked at the screen. On the screen, Chen Qi is walking along the Verdanturf trail with a Combuskin beside him. Not bad, it's still Combuskin. Wang Zhou's eyes lit up and he exclaimed in admiration. But in the next second, he frowned again, and asked in confusion, Sister Yu, isn't your cousin a research department? Why is he alone? Research students can team up in 2 groups to face the dangers in the secret realm. Bai Yu was also a little puzzled. She rolled her eyes, but she didn't know the reason. In the end, she had to reply, maybe he has his own considerations. After saying this, Bai Yu stared at the screen tightly, thinking secretly, are you still a little introverted? That's why you don't want to team up with others. But Bai Yu recalled Chen Qi's performance on the first day of school, and felt that he was much more cheerful and lively, so he wouldn't refuse to form a team with others. Many thoughts flashed by, and the 3 continued to watch Chen Qi's performance. After a long time, Chu Wai looked at the scene on the screen, frowned slightly, and muttered in a low voice, Something is wrong. Bai Yu turned her head to look over, and asked, What's wrong? Chu Wai stared at the screen tightly, his eyes flickered slightly, and said in a deep voice, The environment is not right. It's been at least 10 minutes since we first watched it, but not only did we hear that there was no Pokemon growl, but we also didn't see Pokemon. This is very wrong. Wang Zhou nodded in agreement. Yes, the lower the Pokemon area, the denser the number of Pokemon. There are Pokemon hidden in the trees, in the grass, and on the road. He walked all the way for more than 10 minutes without seeing a Pokemon, which is very unreasonable. Chu Wai was silent for a while, and then said, Take out the map and have a look. Okay. Wang Zhou responded, and clicked the mouse to bring up the map of Pingxi's secret realm. However, the three of them froze in place when they saw Chen Qi's current position. There was silence in the school team room. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Zhou's voice suddenly broke the silence. Did the younger brother go the wrong way? On the screen, the area where Chen Qi is located is marked with a striking red, the elite Pokemon area. Chu Wei's eyes flickered, he thought for a moment, and then said, I have a guess. Facing the inquiring eyes of the two, Chu Wei said slowly, perhaps the junior got separated from his companion. Separated? Bai Yu was stunned. Yes, I just got separated. Chu Wei nodded, and slowly expressed his guess. I think the younger brother himself acted with his companions, but was attacked by Pokemon, separated from his companions, and entered the elite Pokemon in a panic area. This scenario is not impossible. Wang Zhou nodded thoughtfully. But Bai Yu stared at the map and thought for a while, then said after a while, but why is he walking farther and farther now? It seems that he has no intention of leaving here at all. Chu Wei. It's really strange. After a moment of silence, even the experienced Chu Wei didn't know what happened to Chen Qi for a while. At this time, Wang Zhou turned his head to look at Bai Yu, fixed his eyes on her, and said, Sister Yu, your cousin doesn't want to make a trap, does he? Bai Yu was slightly taken aback, then shook her head and said, he's not this kind of person. At the same time, there was a slight rustling sound from the grass on the left, and after a slight shaking, a purple Pokemon appeared in front of Chen Qi. It has speaker-like ears on its head and a huge mouth with 4 funny teeth. Pokemon. Loudred, normal. Ability. Sound insulation. Qualification. Gym. Level. LV33 Elite. Loudred strode up to Chen Qi and Combuskin, and after a strange laugh, he took a deep breath of air, then spit it out with his well-developed abdominal muscles, and made a deafening loud sound towards the front in an instant. Fortunately, Chen Qi was prepared and covered his ears, but even so, there was still a huge rumbling sound in his ears, and his eardrums vibrated slightly. Looking at this scene, Chu Wei looked dignified, and said in a deep voice, student is in danger. The elite level Loudred is extremely dangerous. If he is accidentally hit severely, he may temporarily lose his hearing. I can only ask for help. Wang Zhou whispered. Bai Yu's expression changed rapidly, and finally he grinned and said, it's okay, he's from the research department anyway. That's right, the field military training for research students is just a formality. Wang Zhou nodded in agreement. Chu Wei stared closely at Chen Qi on the screen, eyes flickering, and suddenly said, student wants to fight Loudred. Wang Zhou, Bai Yu, huh. In Pingxi's secret realm. Looking at the Loudred in front of him, Chen Qi fixed his eyes, stretched out his arms and shouted, Combuskin, prepare to fight. Charlo. Combuskin's eyes are sharp, the orange comb is erected high, and the sharp claws are shining coldly. Roar. While Loudred was trying to stomp ground, he let out a terrifying howl growl. With great momentum, pieces of leafage withered and grass clippings flew across. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. This is Combuskin's first battle after breaking through to the elite level. Not only must he play beautifully, but he must also play with momentum. Combuskin is ready for battle, and will launch the most violent attack when Chen Qi gives an order. Double kick. Chen Qi was the first to give the order. Charlo. Combuskin was in high spirits, and responded. It took steps and ran towards Loudred at an astonishing speed, its legs glowing with sharp white light. Roar. Loudred roared and howled. It raised its arms, and suddenly formed huge rocks out of thin air, falling towards Combuskin. Crush them, Chen Qi said with a calm gaze. Combuskin's eyes were calm, and he looked at the giant rocks that were attacking one after another without fear. He kicked out his legs, and the wind howled, with a terrifying momentum. Bang, bang, bang. The rocks were kicked into pieces by Combuskin directly in midair, turning into countless tiny stones and falling on the ground. Then, Combuskin landed firmly on the ground, looked straight at Loudred opposite him, and nodded slightly. Continue. Yes, the strength of the legs has improved a lot, and the reaction speed has also become faster. Chen Qi recalled Combuskin's performance just now, and nodded with satisfaction. This Loudred's level is not particularly high, it is the best tool pet to test Combuskin's strength after breakthrough, and can also use it to master the improved combat power, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Roar. Seeing that Combuskin smashed countless rocks so easily, Loudard felt that he was seriously taunted, and he yelled loudly while hitting the stomped ground heavily. The manic sound made Chen Qi cover his ears again. No, I must buy a sound-isolating earphone next time, Chen Qi thought to himself. And at this very moment, in the school team meeting room, the three of them looked at the screen and looked at each other. You look at me, I look at you. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Zhou asked weakly, Captain, am I not mistaken, Elite Combuskin? Chu Wai stared at the battle on the screen without blinking, his complexion changed, and his voice was low. That's right, this is the Elite Combuskin. Facing Wang Zhou's astonished gaze, Chu Wai stood up straight and said, and the strength it just showed is very good among elites. The scene of Combuskin kicking rocks with his legs is still in my mind. This. Wang Zhou's expression changed, then he turned his head to look at Bai Yu, who was also full of surprise, and asked aloud, Sister Yu, is this really your cousin, isn't he? Bai Yu withdrew her gaze, gave Wang Zhou a hard look, and said, your cousin is only a freshman. Wang Zhou smiled awkwardly, and then continued, hey, your cousin sent an elite-level Combuskin directly. This is too exaggerated, and it directly confused me. Then, his dark eyes rolled, and he asked again, then could it be that your cousin is not from the research department, but from the combat department? Bai Yu rolled her eyes and replied angrily, he told me himself. Hearing this, Wang Zhou stretched out his hand to hold his chin, and said to himself, that's strange, neither a cousin, nor a battle type, how can it be possible to have an elite-level Pokemon? Chu Wai said lightly, at this point in time, even students from the combat department cannot have elite-level Pokemon. Hearing this, Wang Zhou was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, that's right, there was a senior Pokemon during the field military training that was a top genius. Chu Wai's eyes flickered, and he added, among all previous field military trainings, only Lu Elite has a Pokemon that is infinitely close to the elite level during field military training. And his Pokemon broke through to the elite level, and that was 1.5 months later. As soon as these words came out, Wang Zhou subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said in a hoarse voice, Captain, do you mean that Sister Yu's cousin has surpassed Lu Elite at this stage? Chu Wai pondered for a moment, then replied, you can't say that. After all, Lu Tianqi's achievements are unrivaled, and this is only the initial stage. Combuskin may have some adventures and make rapid progress. But no matter what, the younger brother definitely has a very top talent in breeder Pokemon, and has already broken the record of field military training. Chu Wai stared at Bai Yu and said. Bai Yu blinked, and after serious thinking, he said, cousin, he wasn't very interested in Pokemon breeder and battles since he was a child, so he just filled in the research department. Chu Wai smiled slightly, guessing, perhaps Pokemon changed him. He stared at Bai Yu, and said gently, as you said, his personality has changed a lot, and he may have discovered his talent as a trainer because of it. Speaking of this, Chu Wai paused for a moment, and then said in a firm tone, in short, our school team is going to appoint a junior. Wang Zhou recovered from the shock just now, and said with a smile, hey, elite-level Pokemon, this freshman exchange competition is worth seeing. ... While speaking, Combuskin and Loudard were fighting. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of fury, Loudard stomped on the ground with his feet, and the ground cracked in an instant, breaking open the cracks, and the ground shook endlessly. Bulldoze. Although Bulldoze is not as powerful as Earthquake, it is destined to cause excellent damage to Combuskin because it is a ground move. Chen Qi already knew how to deal with this kind of move, his eyes were calm, and he said, bounce. At the same time, Chen Qi took a few steps back indiscriminately, so as not to accidentally hurt himself. Charlo. Combuskin responded in a low voice, jumped up, jumped more than 10 meters into the air, and directly avoided Bulldoze. Immediately afterwards, Combuskin fell from the sky, with sharp claws, causing considerable damage to Loudard. Roar. Loudard growled wildly, pain spreading all over his body. Chen Qi squinted his eyes, and directly gave the final command, brick break. Charlo. Combuskin's eyes froze, his claws glowed with sharp white light, and they turned into knives and slashed fiercely. Loudard can't dodge it, and gets hit directly by Combuskin. Roar. Loudard howled growl in pain, bright red blood oozes from his body, then he swayed and collapsed on the ground powerlessly. Good performance. Chen Qi smiled and praised. Charlo. Combuskin waved his sharp claws, eyes sparkling. The other side. After watching the whole battle, Chu Wai stared at Bai Yu closely, and said, Xiao Yu, you must help me with this. Bai Yu glanced at him, and had already guessed what Chu Wai wanted her to do. As soon as Chu Wai changed his gentle and elegant appearance, he slammed his right fist on the table and said with great ambition. If you win the junior, you will win the championship of this freshman exchange competition. Wait, Sister Yu, your cousin is called Chen Qi, right? Wang Zhou seemed to have thought of something, his eyes widened, and he asked hastily. Yes. Bai Yu nodded in a daze. She was still immersed in the surprise that Chen Qi had an elite Pokemon. She never imagined that her cousin, who was always silent before, not only changed her personality when she came to the capital this time, but breeder produced an elite fire-type Pokemon. The reason why the emphasis is on fire Pokemon is because they belong to the psychic family after all. If Chen Wei finds a super-powered Pokemon for Chen Qi, spends a lot of money on breeder, and adds some adventures, maybe breeder can really produce an elite-level super-powered Pokemon in such a short period of time. But it happens to be a fire-type Pokemon, and there is no trainer who specializes in fire-type in their family. At the same time, Wang Zhou fiddled with the computer and called up the current ranking. Chen Qi ranked first with 1450 terrifying points. At this time, the second name is Lu Bin, with 1140 points, and the third is Shen Weiyui, with 1100 points. Pointing at the ranking, Wang Zhou said in amazement, I said that when I heard the name Chen Qi before, I always felt as if I had heard it somewhere before, and it seemed familiar. Previously Chen Qi was ranked third, and his points were not much worse than these two, because the latter rankings were often changed, so I didn't pay much attention at that time. And after defeating this elite Pokemon, Chen Qi got 500 points, overtook them directly, and reached the top. And looking at the current situation, Chen Qi is estimated to be firmly ranked first. He paused, his eyes flickered, and he continued. Besides, it's only the second day, and Chen Qi has a high probability of breaking the record for the highest score. Chu Wai nodded in agreement and said, yes, basically the record will be broken. Wang Zhou suddenly smiled and said, when the other students find out that the first one is a student from the research department, I don't know how they will feel. Chu Wai thought seriously for a while, and then said, it will be very hopeless. Yes, Lu Yan is very desperate now. When he turned on the tiny phone and looked at the rankings on it, he was in a daze. Points 1450. How did this happen? Send one senior Pokemon to the mouth one after another. Lu Yan muttered in a low voice, puzzled for a while. When I watched it earlier, Chen Qi was ranked third with only 950 points, but after a while, he actually ranked first with 500 more points. 500. Elite Pokemon. A very scary guess suddenly popped up in Lu Yan's mind. The points that Chen Qi increased in a short period of time were exactly the same as the points of elite Pokemon. What does that mean? Lu Yan knows better than anyone else. I'm definitely not mistaken. It was 950 before, but now it's 1480. A gleam flashed in his eyes. As the object he has always wanted to pursue, Chen Qi has been paying attention to its ranking from the very beginning. After seeing the rapid rise of Chen Qi's ranking, he already believed in his heart that this Chen Qi was Chen Qi from South Sichuan City. If it's him, it's not impossible. Combuskin had shown a terrifying senior-level strength half a month ago. Judging from its progress speed, it is entirely possible to break through to the elite level. It's really scary. Lu Yan looked down at Wartortle beside him, and sighed aloud. It takes breeder to reach the elite level in 1.5 months, even Lu Elite can't do it. He couldn't help but think of what his cousin once said, a temporary lead doesn't mean anything, you can definitely try to surpass him during college. He listened carefully to his cousin's advice and practiced hard, hoping to catch up with Chen Qi during college. But now he suddenly realized that he had made rapid progress, and Wartortle had broken through to the senior level, surpassing all the children of aristocratic families. But what about Chen Qi? The progress is faster. In the case that only a very small number of students have senior-level Pokemon, he is already far ahead, walking in the forefront, and has become a towering mountain that can only be looked up to. Since enlightenment is born, how can words be born? Lu Yan sighed in despair. Chen Qi. Points 1450. On the other side, in an open space, Lu Bin was sitting on the ground to rest, and a young shark-shaped Pokemon was staring at him intently. This Pokemon has a huge fin on top of its head, a dark blue body, red from the lower jaw to the belly, and a huge mouth with sharp teeth. Quasi-God, Gibble. I remember that Chen Qi seemed to be the third place before, and Shen Weiyue was still 100 points behind, so he overtook him so soon. Lu Bin is tall, with a sharp face and looks very tough. Well, to be able to overtake in a short period of time, and directly rank first, could it be that you have defeated the elite Pokemon? His eyes flashed slightly, and he guessed in a low voice. Ah, seeing Lu Bin frowning tightly, Gibble wandered over and rubbed Lu Bin with his little head. Seeing this, Lu Bin patted Gibble's head with a smile, and said, I'm fine. Only, he shook his head and looked up at soaring in the sky, and said with a smile, I originally only had Shen Weiyue as the main rival this time, but I didn't expect that there would be an extra Chen Qi. It's really interesting. I feel that I am full of fighting spirit at this time, and I can't wait to meet this trainer named Chen Qi now and see what Pokemon he uses. After chattering for a while, Lu Bin stood up straight, turned his head to look at Gibble, his eyes were like golden suns, and said loudly, Gibble, have you rested yet? Woo. Gibble raised his head and responded aloud. Okay, let's get some more points before the sun goes down. There are still 5 days to go, the first place cannot be easily handed over to others. Chen Qi. Shen Weiyue looked at the ranking on the phone with very calm eyes. Crack. Standing beside Shen Weiyue's legs is a petite Pokemon, its head is mostly light pink, the red mouth is very eye-catching, and there is a strand of white tentacles resembling a bow around its neck. Gothita was raising her head, staring intently at Shen Weiyue with her blue eyes. It's okay. Shen Weiyue put down her phone and replied flatly, it's just that something other than an accident happened. Gothita, keep going. In the school room, Captain, now that we have Chen Qi, together with Lu Bin and Shen Weiyue, not only this freshman exchange match is promising, but also the college student league that will follow, Wang Zhou said. Chu Wai smiled slightly and said, these three are indeed very good. Bai Yu listened silently, and then asked, what are the backgrounds of the other two? Wang Zhou raised his chin, and took the initiative to say, Bai Yu, the identities of these two people are not simple. This Lu Bin's surname is Lu, who do you think of at the first moment? Wang Zhou asked. Bai Yu froze for a moment, then said, who is he, Lu Elite? Sister Yu deserves to be Sister Yu, the reaction is still so fast. Wang Zhou smiled and gave a thumbs up. Immediately afterwards, he said, Lu Elite has a big brother, and Lu Bin is the son of Lu Elite big brother, the representative of the younger generation of the Lu family. So it's him. Bai Ming suddenly nodded, she had heard of this person a little bit. Lu Bin's Pokemon is Gibble, obtained from the Dragon Cave, has extremely high qualifications, and already has senior level strength. 0. Even though our school is full of geniuses, he is still the top talent. According to what the captain said, as long as his Gibble can evolve into Gabite before the freshman exchange competition, he will be in the top 3. Afterwards, Wang Zhou pointed to Shen Weiyue's name and said, Shen Weiyue, the descendant of the psychic dojo in the imperial capital, a psychic, has awakened psychic since she was born, and her psychic is already very terrifying. Hearing these words, Bai Yu's eyes lit up, and she stared closely at Shen Weiyue's name. Her Pokemon is a Gothita with high aptitude. After Shen Weiyue's own psychic enhancement, the combat power is very terrifying, and the potential is also unlimited. Bai Yu nodded, then smiled and said, I'm curious about another thing. How did you know the student information in advance? Wang Zhou replied solemnly, we don't have such supernatural powers. This is given to us by the school. All students in the combat department have information. Hearing this, Bai Yu nodded thoughtfully, then stared at Chu Wai suddenly, and asked, what about me? What was my profile at the time? Chu Wai blinked his eyes, as if he was recalling something. After pondering for a while, he replied, you have relatively little information, only a short sentence. Bai Yu, the granddaughter of King Chen Tian. Understood. Bai Yu nodded silently upon hearing this. At the same time, Wang Zhou muttered from the side, it seems that in the future, we will ask the school to give us the materials of students from other departments. If you miss a good seed like Chen Qi, it will be a great loss for both parties. When Chu Wai heard this, his eyes flickered slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Actually, it's okay, Chen-Chi is a special case, and it's rare to see one in a few years." Afterwards, Chu Wai paused for a while, and then continued to say that Maynard's day is the third day, right? Yes. Wang Zhou nodded. Well, starting tomorrow, I will send 2 people over, and the 3 of you will watch their performance together. Everyone's command level, the specific combat power of Pokemon, and the general situation of other Pokemon, these are the key points. Understood. Wang Zhou replied. Fan. Chapter 51. As night falls, the night is like a navy blue veilstone dotted with twinkling stars. This luck. Chen-Chi took advantage of the darkness to look for a campsite, looked at the rolling hills in the darkness, and sighed secretly. I don't know if it's because of his bad luck, since he met that Loudard, he has never met an elite Pokemon again. Of course, there is a big reason that elite Pokemon are at the top of the food chain in Pingxi's secret realm, and each elite Pokemon occupies a certain territory, during which other Pokemon are not allowed to enter. If these elite-level Pokemon are placed in a more advanced secret realm, they may belong to the shivering existence and become the prey of other Pokemon. But this makes it much more difficult and takes longer to find elite-level Pokemon than before. That's right, an elite-level Pokemon is worth 500 points, so it is destined to be impossible to encounter it easily. Chen-Chi whispered. Also, if there are too many elite Pokemon, they may break into other areas, giving students a big surprise. At this stage, every elite Pokemon is an undoubted big boss for every student. Because there was no harvest from during this period, Lu Bin, who was ranked 2nd, took this opportunity to frantically search for senior-level Pokemon and obtained very considerable seed points. At this time, Lu Bin only scored 50 points less than Chen-Chi. He only needs to defeat a senior Pokemon again, and he can achieve a comeback and become the 2nd place again. Chen-Chi doesn't care about rankings, he only cares about leveling. Of course, it is not advisable to level up at night. Today's harvest is already very large, now he just wants to find a safe place to camp, and then have a good rest. Yes, not bad. Borrowing the light of the flashlight, Chen-Chi vaguely saw a cave opening under the mountain wall not far away. Caves, natural camps, and of course, possible habitats for wild Pokemon. Be careful, Chen-Chi said softly to Combusken. Charlo. Combusken responded in a low voice. Its eyes were sharp, its sharp claws lit up, and it stepped forward quickly, entering the cave first. Chen-Chi followed closely behind. The assist flashlight was on, and he was able to see the whole picture of the cave clearly. This is a relatively wide cave, about 10 meters from the entrance to the innermost part, and there are no wild Pokemon inside, so it is very empty. Not bad, a perfect camp. Confirming that there is no danger, Chen-Chi nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, Chen-Chi took out the firewood that had been prepared, raised Courtney, and the bright flame illuminated the entire cave. Chen-Chi sent Matang and Ralts out because they were too preparing food. This field military training is a rare opportunity. There are many elite Pokemon in the secret realm, so the first few days belong to Combusken's leveling time. After getting to know all the elite level Pokemon here, you can go back to the senior level Pokemon area and let Medig level up. As for the Ralts, well, just be cute during this time. After preparing the food for the 3 Pokemon, Chen-Chi hurriedly ate dinner by himself, and then took out the tent and sleeping bag. Hey, I envy Ash, they have the space. Obviously there is only a small backpack, but every time I set up camp, I can take out a lot of things, including pots, pans, tables and chairs. In a burst of complaints, the tent has been set up. Just as Chen-Chi was about to lie down and rest, suddenly a strange sound rang in his ears. Chen-Chi looked at the entrance of the cave in doubt, and saw a black snake-shaped Pokemon appearing in sight. Its lower jaw was golden, and golden armor was distributed on its head and back. The sharp red fangs are very long, the tail of the blade normal gives a strong sense of oppression, and the body is full of terrifying scars. Oh, isn't this the Seviper who was beaten up by Jessie? Pokemon. Seviper Poison. Ability. Molting. Qualification. Gym. Level. LV35 Elite. Seviper, Zangoose's nemesis, has fought against Agile Zangoose for generations, and the scars on its body are marks of fierce battles. At this moment, Seviper's red eyes stared blankly at Chen-Chi and Combusken in the cave, his face full of doubts. Chen-Chi was slightly taken aback, then stood up and said, "Is this your territory?" Beep. Seviper ignored Chen Qi. It let out a rage howl growl. Its eyes became extremely cold. Its blade-like sharp tail slapped on the rocks beside it, suddenly smacked down one by one rock smash. Well, watching Seviper's reaction, Chen Qi understood that he had indeed occupied its territory. In the next second, Seviper started to swim at a very high speed, his body swept away, and he came to combustion very quickly. Chen Qi took a few steps back again, and reminded aloud, "Be careful, it can ooze toxic through its tail." Charlo. Combustion responded, indicating that he understood. When he charged in front of Combustion, Seviper swung his sharp tail violently, set off a howling wind, and slapped towards Combustion, and the terrifying venom was brewing at the same time. Combustion's sharp eyes closely watched every movement of Seviper, and when the sharp tail was getting closer, it squatted down, just in time to avoid the sharp blow. At the same time, it instantly spit up a flame, completely annihilating the spilled venom and swallowing Seviper completely. The flames blazed brightly, illuminating the entire cave, and Chen Qi's face turned red under the light of the flames. The temperature in the cave rises rapidly. Seviper was hit by the flamethrower at close range, and it spit out a mouthful of black air, and there were inconspicuous scorched black marks on Black's body. Immediately afterwards, Combustion grabbed Seviper while he was panting, and turned his palms into hand knives, flashing a dazzling white light in an instant, and slashed straight down. Click. Although Seviper has a golden armor that can resist a certain amount of damage, Combustion strikes steadily and ruthlessly, and his sharp claws directly stab the open part of Seviper's torso. For a moment, Seviper uttered a particularly mournful growl, which echoed in the sky of this jungle for a long time, scaring away all the birds. Fortunately, there are no other students in this area, otherwise it would be scary enough. After a long while, Chen Qi looked down at Seviper, who had collapsed on the ground and had no ability to fight, and said in a low voice, "I can only wrong you to sleep outside today." "Well, if you have no objection, then it's a happy decision." You could tell it was a good night, both experience points and a perfect camp. The other side. Call. Finally solved. With the light from the flashlight, Lu Bin looked down at Leopard lying on the ground and smiled with satisfaction. Heck, Gibble danced happily beside him. In this way, my points surpassed him, right? Well, exceeding 50 points is also exceeding. While muttering, he turned on his microphone to check the rankings. The next second, looking at the ranking on the phone, he fell silent. Chen Qi, points 1950, rank 1. Li Bin, with 1500 points, ranked 2nd. I don't know how long it took. Lu Bin came back to his senses, his brows slowly frowned, and he whispered, "Another 500 points added out of thin air. So this Chen Qi may have what it takes to defeat an elite Pokemon. Could it be he breeder out of the elite Pokemon?" As soon as this idea appeared in his mind, his face changed, and he shook his head decisively. "No, it's impossible." Even Uncle, whom he admired the most, did not breed or produce elite-level Pokemon during field military training. Many thoughts were entangled in his mind, and in a trance, he seemed to see himself Uncle standing with his hands behind his back, facing the sunset, and said with a gentle smile, "Xiao Bin, do you know that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky? You, Uncle, have challenged Victory Road several times and ended in failure. As the saying goes, if you work hard at one stroke, you will fail again, and you will be exhausted 3 times. My vigor has long been wiped out. I made some small achievements in the early years, so I was complacent and regarded the world's talents as mediocre, so that it is difficult to get closer now. An early lead proves nothing." Lu Elite shook his head, touched his head, and sighed. "The real hero is the one who stands at the end." Lu Bin looked up at the starry sky, and Gibble danced happily under the moonlight. He quietly clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "Soon, Gibble is about to evolve. The quasi-god Earl Dervish is not very competitive in form, but Lu Bin firmly occupies the top 3 with a Gibble, which is unshakable. And just as breaking through levels can drastically increase a Pokemon's power, evolution can do the same. When Gibble evolves into Gabite, its competitiveness will be much higher. Whether he has an elite Pokemon or not, I can't let that affect me." Lu Bin knelt down, touched Gibble's head, squinted and said, "I just need to follow my own rhythm. Everything else is false." At the same time, Shen Weiyue didn't have so many complicated emotions. She silently read the rankings, silently put down her phone, her dark eyes were like a pool of calm, stagnant water. After finishing all this, she lowered her head and met Gothita's eyes who had been staring at her. After a while, a cold voice sounded quietly, I will not rest tonight. I want number 1. Crack. Gothita nodded heavily. Taking advantage of the hazy night, Shen Weiyue's eyes glowed with crystal blue light, and she searched for every Pokemon in the dark night with an expressionless face. Tonight, because of sleep. On August 18th, the third day of field military training. Early morning, the sun slowly passes through the clouds, and the sun shines on the world. What? Another good night. Tang Chi stretched and crawled out of the sleeping bag. Ko-Jia. A black gas-like gas floated in front of him, staring at Tang Chi with big white eyeballs, and stretched out a long scarlet tongue to lick Tang Chi's face. Tang Chi wiped the saliva off his face with a tissue with no expression on his face, then looked at Ghastly and said, Stop making trouble, we must not make mistakes in our actions today. Mouth and mouth. Ghastly smiled and nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Tang Chi nodded in satisfaction, then opened the map, and muttered in a low voice, Now we are located in the center of the senior level Pokemon area, and there are still 2 or 3 hours away from the elite level Pokemon area. Strive to reach the elite level Pokemon area before noon, and then start to move. Got it. Tang Chi turned to look at Ghastly. Jia. Ghastly grinned grimly and nodded quickly. But Tang Chi shook his head and muttered, Forget it, I didn't count on you anyway. Mouth jerk. Ghastly's face changed, and he looked at Tang Chi with a grieved face. Tang Chi and Ghastly looked at each other for a while, and then explained, You have more important things to do. Ko-Jia. Ghastly grinned when he heard this. After soothing, Tang Chi's eyes flickered, and he said to himself, If I can really do it, then I can directly get 500 points, so my ranking will rise too. Tang Chi pulled out his phone and opened the rankings. Hey, you can directly rise to the 32nd place, not bad. If I let other people know that a student of my research department can also enter the top 50, I am already looking forward to their reaction. Tang Chi began to fantasize about Mei, with a bright smile on his face. Speaking of which, the top 2 are still those 2 guys, right? Brother Bin and Shen Weiyue are both perverts who want to compete for the first place. Tang Chi muttered while pulling the ranking to the top. But the rankings that caught his eyes made him puzzled for a while. Shen Weiyue, points 2200, ranking. Chen Qi, points 2150, rank 2. Lu Bin, with 1600 points, rank 3rd. It's understandable that Shen Weiyue is number 1, but who is this number 2? A dark horse that suddenly appeared. And the difference between the 2 is only 50 points, the gap is too small, it can be said that there is no. Tang Chi's eyes flickered, his brows frowned suddenly, a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he said in a low voice, Wait a minute. I remember the roommate who didn't want to team up with me, maybe his name is Chen Qi. Yes, it's Chen Qi. After a moment of careful recollection, Tang Chi nodded in confirmation. Afterwards, Tang Chi said to himself, Tisk, if my roommate sees that the student with the same name as him is the second, how would he feel? Speaking of which, this person is quite powerful, he can have almost the same points as Shen Weiyue and Brother Bin, and he has something. When you go out, you can find this Chen Qi to get acquainted with. Thousands of thoughts flashed. Tang Chi put the microphone back in his pocket, and headed towards the elite Pokemon area. At noon, Tang Chi successfully stepped into the elite Pokemon area and stood in an open space. As expected of an elite Pokemon area, I haven't seen a single Pokemon after walking for so long. Tang Chi looked at the surrounding environment and muttered in a low voice. Well, this place is good. There are trees next to it, which is good for observing from above. The road is smooth, and if the action fails, you can slip away quickly. Tang Chi nodded, quite satisfied with this place. In that case, let's do it. Tang Chi clapped his hands and said loudly. Ko-Jia. Ghastly floated around, cheering for Tang Chi. Tang Chi took a Pokeball from his waist, raised his hand and threw it. It's up to you, big amount. White light bloomed, and an orange Pokemon appeared beside Tang Chi. It had a round head that was out of proportion to its body, and short limbs. Trapinch, please, dig a hole here, as deep as possible. Tang Chi gestured with his hand and said. Trapinch was silent, his star-shaped eyes fixed on ground. Trapinch builds a garlic bowl-shaped nest in the desert, and waits for its prey to fall in without moving. It is a good hand of dig. Soon, under Trapinch's excavation, there was a hole several meters deep in the center of the open space. Tang Chi stood at the hole and looked down, then nodded with satisfaction. After taking Trapinch back, he said, now let's do some camouflage. Tang Chi and Ghastly acted separately, first found some small branches to hang on it, and then spread a shallow layer of leafage on it to cover the hole. Although this trap is very simple and completely different from the surrounding ground, Tang Chi still showed a satisfied smile. Everything depends on human effort. He muttered a few words, then took out a can of energy cubes from his backpack, first put a few on the hole, and then placed them along the road. Looking at the empty energy cube, Tang Chi looked firm, and said in a deep voice, I can't let go of children, and I can't let go of wolves. As long as there is a greedy Pokemon, no matter where it comes from, it will definitely pick up energy cubes along the way. There is no danger ahead, so it will gradually reduce its vigilance, so at the end when it sees the energy cube on the hole, its vigilance is 0, and it will sit on it. Hey, so, Kogia. Tangy and his Earl Dervish Pokemon Ghastly grinned sinisterly. Okay, next, let's find a place to hide and wait for the prey to take the bait. Tang Chi said. Combuskin, the last flamethrower. Chen Chi snapped his fingers, his black hair swaying in the breeze. Charlo. Combuskin opened his mouth, and instantly gathered a scorching fire pillar, which directly devoured the poisonous winged butterfly on the opposite side. The flames dissipated, and the poisonous winged butterfly flapped its wings weakly, and fell straight down from midair, losing its ability to fight. Very good, today's second elite Pokemon, take it. A slight smile appeared on Chen Chi's face. Charlo. Combuskin turned his head, also showing a satisfied smile. Early this morning, Chen Chi led Combuskin to start leveling again. Spend the whole morning successfully finding 2 elite Pokemon and defeating them. As a result, Chen Chi's points have reached 3,150, far ahead of second place Shen Weiyue. Speaking of this, Shen Weiyue is really outrageous. Chen Chi took a special look at the ranking last night before the rest, she is still far behind her. But when she woke up, Shen Weiyue counterattacked and became the first place, 50 points more than herself. Isn't she resting at night? Looking for Pokemon all night? Of course, as time goes by, the gap between Chen Chi and the latter two will only become wider and wider, until it makes them completely desperate. This is a gap that cannot be made up. Today's rankings have shown this trend. Chen Chi, points 3,150, rank 1. Shen Weiyue, points 2,500, ranking 2. Lu Bin, points 2,350, ranking 3. Chen Chi is far ahead, and Shen Weiyue, who is the second one, has 650 points directly. This gap is already very, very large. A lot of people should know by now that I own an elite Pokemon, right? Well, who cares, leveling is the most important thing. Chen Chi shook his head, threw away the messy thoughts, and prepared to rest for a while, after lunch, to continue leveling. Varsity room. Well, let me just say it's outrageous enough. Wang Zhou raised his chin and looked at the 2 school team members beside him. It's really outrageous. Lu Bin on my side tried his best to defeat 3 senior Pokemon, and the result is that the gap in points is getting bigger and bigger, the young man with thinning hair said. The man wearing square glasses said, Shen Weiyue on my side is the same. She has worked very hard, but she can't catch up at all. Wang Zhou smiled and said, of course, after all, Chen Chi's Combuskin is at the elite level, and the gap will only get bigger and bigger. The young man sighed. I thought Shen Weiyue and Lu Bin were already perverted enough, but Chen Chi came out, how desperate this freshman class is. The man with glasses nodded in agreement, and continued, yes, there is a huge difference in strength between the elite level and the senior level. Immediately afterwards, he said quietly again, my Ivysaur just broke through to the elite level some time ago. Wang Zhou patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, don't compare yourself to this pervert, you are the only one who is sad. By the way, Shen Weiyue didn't rest last night, but today she only took a nap for 2 hours. Is it because The man with glasses hesitated to speak. Wang Zhou nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "There is nothing to say, the calm mind method of the psychic dojo in the north is well known. As a gifted girl with superpowers, Bai has already mastered the calm mind method. 2 hours of rest is equivalent to 8 hours of rest for ordinary people. I heard that this calm mind method can also exercise mental strength." The young man added. "That's right." Wang Zhou nodded, then shook his head and said, "But none of this has anything to do with us." "Yes." A long sigh sounded. "They are not psychic, doomed not to master the calm mind method." "Brother Zhou, why is this Shen Weiwei working so hard? It can be counted as earning points 24 hours a day." The man with glasses wondered. Hearing this, Wang Zhou shrugged and replied, "Who knows, it may be because I have been used to being the number one since I was a child, and I want to be the number one no matter what. When she joins the school team, you can just ask her." The man in glasses shook his head repeatedly like a rattle, and said, "Forget it, I heard that this person is not easy to get along with." "Are you full?" Looking at Combuskin who finished eating, Chen Qi asked aloud. "Charlo." Combuskin pointed to his slightly distended belly and nodded. "That's right, let's rest for half an hour, and we're leaving," Chen Qi said, ready to get up and collect the unfinished energy cubes. It is very scientific to exercise vigorously after half an hour after a meal. Charlo. Abruptly, Combuskin turned his head and looked into the grass on the left with sharp eyes. "Is there any Pokemon?" Chen Qi asked lightly while reaching for the tray. These wild Pokemon always like to pop out of the grass suddenly, and he has already seen it. Charlo. Combuskin nodded. Then, a huge Pokemon walked out slowly, its red eyes were fixed on the energy cube in the dining bowl. It is about 2 meters tall, with firm eyes, a pair of very long horns on top of its head, and a layer of leafage covering its back. Pokemon. Go-Goat Grass. Ability. Herbivore. Qualification. Gym. Grade. LV37 Elite. Go-Goat, the evolutionary form of Skiddo, the first 2 letters of its name have already explained the greatest use of this Pokemon. In mountainous terrain, Go-Goat is the most suitable mount Pokemon. The Pokemon scholar who gave it this name has absolutely malicious intentions and directly decided its fate. Chen Qi thought to himself. Seeing this, Go-Goat has been staring closely at the energy cube in his bowl. Chen Qi's eyes flickered, and an idea popped up in his heart. Afterwards, Chen Qi showed a friendly smile and asked Go-Goat, "Do you want it?" Go-Goat didn't respond, still staring at the power cube. In fact, Go-Goat has a very docile personality and is more friendly to humans. If it is another Pokemon, it will directly grab it. "Defeat it, these are all yours." Chen Qi first pointed to the Combuskin beside him, and then pointed to the energy cube. This time, Go-Goat rolled his red eyes, and then let out a low voice, "Ah." Chen Qi understood that this was an answer to express his consent. Charlo. Combuskin stepped forward, confronting Go-Goat. Ring. Go-Goat's eyes froze, and he took the lead in attacking. 2 vine whips appeared out of thin air on both sides of its body, and quickly grew longer, carrying a fierce momentum, whipping towards Combuskin. "Double team," Chen Qi said calmly. "Rub rub rub." In an instant, countless clones of Combuskin appeared on the open space, occupying the entire open space. Ring. Go-Goat's eyes flickered, vine whip waved, blasted sonic boom, and whipped sideways towards Combuskin clone. This Go-Goat has a very high level and rich combat experience, but it is a pity that it is facing Combuskin. Flame charge, Chen Qi said with a calm gaze. Combuskin's real body located between the avatars stared, his eyes seemed to burst into flames, and the flames shot up into the sky, covering them completely. The heat wave was rolling, Combuskin swept away, wrapped in flames, and rushed towards Go-Goat. Go-Goat's eyes were calm, watching the flying Combuskin, and suddenly stomped the ground heavily. In an instant, the ground began to shake violently, cracking the cracks like a spider web. Charlo. Combuskin reacted quickly, leapt when the ground began to shake, and jumped onto a nearby tree to avoid Earthquake's attack. Go-Goat's offensive did not stop, its long horns glowed faintly, and after a while, a huge rock floated up from the ground, lying in front of Go-Goat. Ring. Go-Goat's noise is muffled and his eyes are piercing. Boom. Suddenly, the gigantic rock was powerful and terrifying, smashing towards the Combuskin on the tree. Brick break. Chen Qi shouted, the hem of his white clothes swaying in the breeze. Charlo. Combusken's orange eyes reflected the huge rock that broke through the air. Its eyes were awe-inspiring, and when it jumped from the branch, its palms turned into hand knives, and the white light condensed. Boom! The hand knife slammed down violently, and the huge rock was suddenly split in two in midair, and then fell straight towards the ground. Bang! 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 The huge rock fell to the ground, shattered into countless small stones, and scattered everywhere. At the same time, Gogoat raised his head to the sky and screamed, forming pieces of razor leaf out of thin air, carrying fierce momentum, and attacking Combusken in the breeze. Flamethrower. Chen Qi ordered decisively. Immediately, the flamethrower surged out, devouring countless razor leaf completely, and the latter was annihilated in an instant and dissipated in the world. But the scorching fire pillar still didn't stop its violent attack. It hit Gogoat's face, and endless flames enveloped Gogoat. Ring. For a moment, Gogoat roared furiously, and when the flames dissipated, it was scorched black, and the leafage covering its back no longer shone with the luster of spring. With just one blow, Gogoat has already been hit hard. Flame charge. Chen Qi gave the final instruction. Charlo. Combusken responded, covered in flames, charged towards Gogoat with astonishing aura. Ring. Seeing Combusken rushing towards him, Gogoat panted heavily, his red eyes fixed on Combusken, and his forelegs slowly pawed. But in the next second, it suddenly stepped forward, also carrying an astonishing momentum, and faced Combusken head-on. Boom! In the blink of an eye, two Pokémon collided violently in the middle, and the loud rumbling sound was deafening. The huge Hideki wave formed by the impact spreads in all directions, boosting the wind, swaying flowers and plants, and flying sawdust. The three Wangzhou, who had been paying attention to the battle, stared at this scene, dumbfounded, and remained silent for a long time. I don't know how long it took, Wangzhou said hoarsely. Now this Combusken is placed in the freshman exchange competition, killing it randomly. The Dragonair of Lu Elite was like a toy in front of it. The man with glasses tremblingly pushed his glasses, his thoughts were surging and he couldn't calm down. It's a big deal, said the young man with thinning hair. Originally, the two of them came here today to record the match between Shen Weiyue and Lu Bin, but they found that Chen Qi's side was much more exciting, and they couldn't stop watching it. Elite battles are very common, but elite battles by freshmen are really rare. Saw. The air waves dissipated, and the day became calm. Ring. Gogoat swayed. His body was covered with many scars. He let out an unwilling howl-growl, and fell heavily on the ground with a dong. Frankly speaking, the strength of this Gogoat is indeed very good, and it can evenly fight with Combusken for several rounds. But it's a pity that the longer the battle lasts, the more terrifying Combusken's combat power becomes. Chen Qi walked quickly to the fallen Gogoat, and first used the healing spray to treat its injuries. After a while, Gogoat opened his glasses, stood up tremblingly, and stared at Chen Qi. Here, your energy cube. Chen Qi took out an energy cube and handed it to Gogoat. Ring. A trace of doubt flashed across Gogoat's brow. I obviously didn't beat it. Facing Gogoat's puzzled gaze, Chen Qi smiled slightly and explained, although you didn't defeat it, but in the process of fighting, I saw bravery, calmness, decisiveness and powerful strength from you. 21. Chen Qi paused, looked at Gogoat whose expression changed slightly, and said with a gentle smile, for you like this, you should get it. Ring. Gogoat looked at Chen Qi with more friendly eyes, took a bite of the swallow energy cube, and then showed a satisfied smile. Also, Chen Qi gently stroked Gogoat's body, and handed him an energy cube again. Mount didn't refuse Chen Qi's touch, and took another bite of the swallow energy cube. Seeing Gogoat gradually relax his vigilance, Chen Qi began to tentatively said, I really envy you. Ring. Gogoat looked up, puzzled. Chen Qi let out a long sigh, and immediately explained, you are so strong, you must be walking on the ground among these mountains, and you can go wherever you want. Such a pity. Chen Qi deliberately paused for a while, and then said, it's a pity that I don't have this kind of ability, and I won't go to many places. Hearing this, Gogoat first fell into a brief silence, then raised his head, stared at Chen Qi and made a sound. Ah! After the trip to the Han River Forest, Chen Qi mastered a little Pokemon language at home, so he directly understood the meaning of Gogoat. He knowingly asked, do you want me to sit behind you? Ring. Gogoat nodded heavily. Isn't that good? Chen Qi's face showed just the right amount of confusion. What? This time, Gogoat directly rubbed Chen Qi with his head, signaling him not to hesitate. After some excuses, Chen Qi sat on Gogoat's back as he wished. It is indeed the most suitable Pokemon for riding. The back is as comfortable as the seat cushion of a luxury car. Chen Qi thought to himself. All in all, with a little planning, Gogoat successfully became his temporary mount. Well, with just a little foreshadowing, you can harvest a temporary mount, and you can also gain experience points and accumulated experience along the way. 3 birds with 1 stone. Of course, the premise is to be able to defeat a powerful elite Gogoat. As long as Gogoat is willing to serve as a temporary mount now, Chen Qi is sure to use it as a mount for the next few days. People's bottom line is easier to break through each time, and the same is true for Pokemon. As long as it is ridden once, it will be much easier to ride later, and it will silently accept all this in its heart. With the mount, it's much easier to find Pokemon now. Chen Qi secretly thought. In the school room, Wang Zhou, who watched all this silently, commented, "This man is so bad." The 2 people next to him nodded in agreement, and said, "Unknowingly abducted an elite Gogoat. Hey, it's mainly because he has this ability, other people will be scared to death when they see the elite Gogoat." Wang Zhou sighed. It is also a precedent for him to capture an elite mount Pokemon in a secret field in the wild. The scariest thing is that other people can't mimic. The man with glasses said quietly. Hearing this, the 3 of them were silent for a while. Yeah, to use mimic this way, you have to be able to defeat elite Pokemon at least, but for a freshman, this is as difficult as skyrocketing. By the way, his points have increased by 500 points, and now it is 3,650 points. It seems that someone in our class reached this point on the 5th day. The young man rubbed his chin. Opened the mouth. Yes, it's the 5th day. The man with glasses was very impressed. Wang Zhou smiled and said, "I'm already looking forward to the freshman exchange competition." Think about it, when other schools see Chen Qi sending out an elite-level Combuskin with terrifying combat power. That picture must be beautiful. Why don't you come? Tang Qi sat on the thick branch of a big tree, covered by the dense leafage. He kept his head down and kept an eye on the road below, but after half an hour, only one Pidgeotto fell down and ate the energy cube, well, and was chased away by him. However, the elite Pokemon that he has been thinking about all the time has not appeared for a long time. Ko-Gia, Ghastly floated aside, showing 2 sharp teeth in a strange smile. Bored, he took out his microphone to check the current ranking. When he saw the first place, Chen Qi's scary points, he took a breath, it's so scary. Roar. At this moment, Rizen's deep roar rang in his ears. Tang Qi's eyes lit up, and he quickly put the microphone in his arms, and looked down at the end of the road. A huge brown bear came into view, with a yellow circle on its abdomen. Ursaring, Forest Bully, I'm coming. There was no fear on Tang Qi's face. He opened his eyes wide, staring at Ursaring, who was lying down and reaching out to pick up the energy cube, and his voice was like a mosquito. Under Tang Qi's gaze, Ursaring took a mouthful of energy cubes and crawled slowly and steadily towards the entrance of the cave. It's coming soon. Tang Qi was full of excitement, and subconsciously licked his dry lips. Finally, Ursaring came to the entrance of the cave. As Tang Qi expected, Ursaring was not vigilant, stepped forward, and slumped towards the entrance of the cave. Next second, the leafage fell, the branches snapped, and Ursaring fell straight into the hole. Roar. Ursaring fell into the hole, it stood up straight, roaring furiously, its eyes became more and more rage. It's done. Seeing this, Tang Qi waved his right fist, looking excited. He climbed down quickly, and then impatiently came to the entrance of the cave and looked down. The elite-level Ursaring was beating his chest and screaming, venting his tyrannical aura. When he saw Tang Qi appearing, he cast an unusually cold gaze. Not bad, our plan has succeeded. Tang Qi ignored Ursaring's gaze and smiled triumphantly. Ko-Gia, Ghastly floated around. Gia laughed strangely. Okay, let's fix it. Ghastly, use Shadow Ball. Tang Qi said loudly. Mouth. Hearing this, an extremely black shadow ball gathered in front of Ghastly, and charged towards Ursaring in the cave. But Shadow Ball just came into contact with Ursaring, but disappeared like a mud cow into the sea. Normal. Seeing this, Tang Chi was stunned, then patted his head with a smile. Look at my memory, I was so excited just now, I even forgot that Ursaring is immune to ghost-type skills. Then, after pondering for a while, he ordered again, Ghastly, use hypnosis first. Use hypnosis first. It is safer to put Ursaring to sleep contest condition. Tang Chi nodded silently in his heart, while Ghastly stared at Ursaring with big eyes, hinting at inducing sleepiness. But Ursaring's large, dark eyes were still fixed on Ghastly, with no tendency to fall asleep. Immediately afterwards, Ursaring let out a furious roar, and two wolves with thick arms smashed into the dirt beside them. I rely on. In an instant, ground shook slightly, and Tang Chi tried his best to stand still. The idea is tough, quick fix, Ghastly, sludge bomb. Tang Chi roared. Ghastly had just started brewing the sludge bomb. Ursaring let out an angry roar, and quickly dug away at the dirt beside him with both palms. Suddenly, Ursaring dug a hole in the ground, swept his body, and got into it. Dig. Looking at this scene, Tang Chi was shocked. It's bad, forget that Ursaring can not only climb trees, but also dig. He changed his face and said quickly. Ghastly, the wind is blowing. After saying this, he turned and fled without looking back. Ko Jia. With a strange smile on his face, Ghastly followed closely behind Tang Chi. Meanwhile, Ursaring emerged from the ground. It looked sharply at Tang Chi who was fleeing, roared, and opened its bloody mouth, during which orange light surged, and in an instant it converged into a terrifying beam of light. Boom! The hyper beam slammed into the ground behind Tang Chi, and there was a deafening explosion, and the ground split open. The terrifying explosion sounded in Tang Chi's ears. He swallowed involuntarily, and didn't dare to turn his head back. He could only bury his head and continue walking forward. It's over, it's over. The teacher in charge is right, this kind of opportunistic method is not good at all. Ghastly, are you right? Tang Chi asked Ghastly while gasping for breath. Mouth and mouth. Ghastly nodded in agreement. Since you knew it a long time ago, why didn't you tell me earlier? Tang Chi asked back. Mouth Jia. Ghastly's expression froze. It's all right. Tang Chi shook his head, and then shouted, help. The sound was so loud that it scared away all the birds. At the same time, Chen Chi was riding on Gogoat's back, looking for other Pokemon, when suddenly a faint voice came from a distance. Help. He raised his head, looked towards the side where the voice came from, and muttered in a low voice, there are other people entering this area. But he just called for help, right? Chen Chi looked strange. Just calling for help is of no use, Didi Zhao. It is correct to call for help directly. That's all. Chen Chi shook his head, patted Gogoat's head with his hands, and said, turn around, go this way. The head teacher once specifically emphasized that if you encounter this situation, you will provide help within your ability. Ring. Gogoat didn't suspect him, turned and ran towards the sound of shouting. Gogoat is not fast, its stamina and climbing ability are its strengths. About 10 minutes later, Gogoat carried Chen Chi onto a flat road. Chen Chi suddenly made a sound. Gogoat stopped at the same place. Chen Chi looked down, and saw a hole under the ground beside him, and there were traces of battle in the ground next to him. A hole, trap. Looking at the hole, Chen Chi frowned slightly, with a strange expression on his face. There's no fool trying to make traps to defeat Pokemon, he murmured. Although most Pokemon are not as intelligent as humans, their various abilities mean that ordinary traps will not work on them. Just such a hole, many Pokemon can jump out directly. Even if they can't jump out, they can also dig away. It must be paired with other means, such as an impenetrable iron cage, to keep Pokemon inside. It's important to save people. Chen Chi threw away his messy thoughts and told Gogoat to speed up and run forward. Sure enough, there were traces of battles along the way, which directly pointed out the direction of progress. A few minutes later, a glandular brown figure appeared in the field of vision. On the opposite side of this figure, a familiar figure is raising his hands with a flattering smile on his face. Dude, really, I didn't mean to piss you off. I really just want to give you the energy cube. Mouth and mouth. Ghastly nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Roar. Ursaring rage beat his chest, and slowly opened his ferocious mouth. Seeing this, Tang-Chi and Ghastly trembled. It's over. This time it's really over. Go-Goat, Vine Whip. Just as Tang-Chi was trembling, a familiar voice sounded quietly in his ears. He was startled for a moment, then as if grabbing a life-saving straw, Normal raised his head and looked forward. In the next second, his eyes widened, his mouth widened, and he said in shock, "Brother Chen-Chi." Right in front of him, the roommate Chen-Chi who didn't want to form a team with him was riding on a go-goat, looking at him calmly with his eyes like torches. A combuskin was standing aside eagerly, its eyes were as sharp as a falcon, and it was very difficult to mess with. In an instant, the horns on the top of Go-Goat's head glowed slightly, and the two vine whips were like green snakes. The spark flew behind Ursaring, entangled Ursaring from left to right. Roar! Ursaring, who was bound by Vine Whip, roared angrily, his eyes flashed fiercely, and his anger value rose rapidly. Go! Chen-Chi reminded. Oh oh oh! Tang-Chi came back to his senses and nodded again and again. Taking advantage of Ursaring being restrained and unable to move, he quickly ran to Chen-Chi with Ghastly. Pokemon. Ursaring, Normal. Ability, Scud. Qualification, Master. Level, LV38 Elite. Ursaring at level 38 is a well-deserved totem in Pingshi's secret realm. I have to say that Tang-Chi was really lucky to meet this level of Ursaring as soon as he made a move. Standing beside the tall Go-Goat, Tang-Chi finally calmed down. He let out a deep breath, and the thoughts in his heart slowly surged. This Go-Goat is absolutely elite. In this way, Chen-Chi, who is ranked number 1, won't be. Thinking of this, Tang-Chi's eyes shrank, and a tsunami blew up in his heart. The truth of this matter is obvious. Chen-Chi is located in the elite Pokemon area, and there is an elite Go-Goat under his crotch. Who else can do it except the fierce man who ranks first? Outrageous! You are also a research student, why are you so good? Tang-Chi secretly complained. Originally, I thought that as a research student, it would be great to be in the top 50, so I was complacent. It can be compared with Chen-Chi in front of him, just like Tail Glow competing with the bright moon. When thoughts were surging, Ursaring used his arms to break free from Vine Whip's shackles, turned around, and stared at Chen-Chi with fierce eyes. Roar! Accompanied by the terrifying roar that exploded in his ears, Ursaring stepped forward and rushed towards Chen-Chi with an unstoppable momentum. Flamethrower, Chen-Chi said lightly. Charlo. Combuskin took a step forward, his orange eyes flickered, he opened his mouth, and in an instant a fiery pillar of fire surged out, hitting Ursaring directly. Ursaring saw this, his legs stomped heavily on the ground, and a terrifying shock wave spread in all directions. A huge rock floated up from the ground and stood in front of Ursaring. Rock! Boom! The flamethrower swallowed the huge rock directly, and the violent air wave vented and danced here, and then the flames roared out from both sides of the rock, passing by the circle. The flames gradually faded, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. Ursaring walked upright, then suddenly accelerated, and rushed towards the strong chicken. Charlo. Combuskin shows no sign of weakness, and faces Ursaring head-on. Although there is a gap of several orders between Combuskin and Ursaring, Combuskin's breeder and training from the very beginning to the present can completely make up for this gap, or even exceed it. Boom! Ursaring waved his palm, and the wind howled. Combuskin's claws were like sharp blades, and a fierce breath rushed towards his face. The next second, under Tang-Chi's gaze, Ursaring let out a roar and took a step back. Horrible scars appeared on his waist and shoulders, and bright red blood flowed out. Looking at this scene, Tang-Chi swallowed his saliva involuntarily. At the same time, the blood flowed in his body, and his adrenaline soared. Tension and excitement and shock are intertwined in my heart. Who the hell is my roommate? This Combuskin is placed now, it is a dimensionality reduction blow. He didn't think it was too easy to be a trainer, so he joined the research department. No, I'm too excited today, which doesn't fit my identity. Calm down. Tang-Chi took a deep breath, trying to suppress his excitement. Feel. Ursaring looked down at the blood on his body, and immediately let out a deafening roar of anger, and a group of Pidgey who were watching a show in the tree were attacked by Astonish, and flew away. The conspicuous bloodstains made it even more berserk. Its anger value had reached its peak, and its two sharp claws shone coldly under the sunlight. Combuskin didn't retreat in the confrontation just now, it adjusted its breath a little, and stared at the furious Ursaring calmly. It has already seen too much of this situation, and it has been calm. As Chen Qi said when he taught it, Rage Mania will improve your combat power to a certain extent in battle, but it will also make you lose your sanity and calmness. Sensibility and calmness are the keys to victory. Boom! With heavy steps, Ursaring rushed towards Combusken again. It rushed in front of Combusken in an instant, waved its powerful fists, and a white light shone in front of Combusken. Arm Hammer. Substitute. Chen Qi had already seen Ursaring's thoughts and commanded in time. BCEI. Ursaring had a fierce look in his eyes, and he hit Combusken hard with his powerful fists, and the latter deflated quickly like an air balloon normal, and the breeze blew past and dissipated into the world. At the same time, Combusken circled behind Ursaring, his palms turned into hand knives, white light bloomed, and he slashed fiercely. Ursaring didn't have time to turn around, and was hit directly by Brick Break. His center of gravity was unstable, he staggered, and fell straight ahead. Boom! The body weighing more than 200 fell heavily to the ground, setting off a burst of dust and smoke. Ursaring let out an unwilling roar. After a long while, Ursaring trembled, got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at the unscathed Combusken with a cold light in his eyes. Varsity Indoor. The man with glasses pushed his glasses to hide his shock, and said, I remember this Ursaring, it seems to be the most powerful Pokemon in Pingxi's secret realm, right? Wang Zhou thought for a moment, then nodded and said, almost, there are very few Pokemons that can compete with it. The thin-haired young man suddenly laughed and said, this Ursaring is famous for chasing a certain senior for 10 kilometers. Since then, no one has dared to mess with it. Wang Zhou folded his arms and made a sharp comment. It's useless, in front of the invincible Combusken, everything is useless. If Combusken is still like this, what will happen when it evolves into Blaziken? The man with glasses murmured. The young man went on to say, I still don't know why this kind of genius wants to join the research department. Wang Zhou shrugged and said, maybe I think the battle system is too unchallenging. The two were silent for a while. At the same time, Ursaring opened his bloody mouth wide, during which orange light emerged, brewing a terrifying power. Chen Qi saw its purpose at a glance, that is to use Hyper Beam, which has no effect in the game and is the strongest move in the animation. Although Hyper Beam is extremely powerful, its side effects are destined to be unwelcome in games, but in the real world, side effects can be reduced through training. Through special training, it can be launched instantly, and the stiffness time after use can be greatly shortened. Chen Qi naturally wouldn't just let it successfully send out the Hyper Beam, and directly ordered, Flame Charge. Charlo. Combusken's eyes froze, the flames quickly covered his body, his speed increased sharply, and he rushed towards Ursaring at high speed. Ursaring's Hyper Beam had just finished brewing, when suddenly a red light flashed by, followed by a pain in its abdomen. Boom! An unimaginable force rushed in, and Ursaring flew upside down. At the same time, Hyper Beam surged out from its mouth, and the terrifying orange-yellow light lost its target and shot everywhere. Rumble. The trees were cut down by the middle, and the loud rumbling sound kept ringing. Boom. Finally, Ursaring hit the ground heavily, and the Hyper Beam dissipated. Its eyes circled, and it obviously lost its ability to fight. Awesome. Looking at the scene just now, Tang Qi's face changed again and again, and finally spit out 2 words from his mouth. Chen Qi patted Gogoat on the back, then lightly jumped on the ground and stood in front of Tang Qi. How, are you not hurt? He asked aloud. Speaking of which, he never thought that it was his roommate who called for help just now. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a future good brother who will spend 4 years in college together, and there is a magical power guiding him to save Tang Qi. Tang Qi shook his head hastily, then he stared at Chen Qi with fiery eyes, and said, Brother Chen Qi, is the person ranked number 1 you? Meeting Tang Qi's expectant eyes, Chen Qi nodded slightly. Seeing Chen Qi nodding in recognition, Tang Qi's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, it really is you. Then, he glanced at Gogoat and Combusken next to Chen Qi, and sighed, Brother Chen Qi, you have 2 elite-level Pokemon now, do you want other students to live 3? Only 1. Chen Qi shook his head. What? Next, Chen Qi told Tang Qi about subduing Gogoat as a temporary mount. After Tang Qi listened, he was silent for a long time, and finally gave a thumbs up silently, and spit out a word, Sheng, from his teeth. He who had always been calm and composed, lost his composure repeatedly today, all because of the man in front of him. But if someone else experienced what he did today, his performance would only be worse than him. It's unheard of for elite-level go-goats to serve as temporary mounts. At this time Chen Qi asked, "Brother Tang Qi, did you set up the trap over there?" Tang Qi nodded. Seeing this, Chen Qi was silent for a while, and then said, "Brother Tang Qi, you are stronger than me." Cough cough. Tang Qi scratched his head, and immediately smiled coquettishly. "Just laugh at me." Chen Qi said with a smile, "Brother Tang Qi, what are you going to do next? Do you want to continue here?" Hearing this, Tang Qi quickly shook his head and said, "No, I'd better go back to the area that suits me." Well, the normal level Pokemon area is cozy and safe, much better than here. Tang Qi was about to turn around and leave, when he suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and asked, "Brother Chen Qi, about you being number 1, do you need to keep it a secret?" When Chen Qi heard this, he smiled loudly. "No need. It is an indisputable fact that he became the number 1. It is estimated that this matter will be known to others soon, and there is nothing to keep secret. I'm different from some people. While being high profile in Zhongyang, I pretend to hide my identity." Chen Qi secretly complained. Instead of hiding it all the time, it is better to let others know earlier, which can be regarded as paving the way for one's future actions. As for the consequences of revealing your identity, sorry, young Master Chen never worried about these things. No, understood. Tang Qi nodded slightly, then waved to Chen Qi, turned and left. He wanted to get away from this terrible place as soon as possible, and the speed under his feet unconsciously increased. I'm so curious. What is the identity of my roommate? Should I send someone to inquire about it? Tang Qi thought secretly, then shook his head. Forget it, some people don't like others to inquire about their identity secretly. Anyway, it's my roommate, and there will always be a chance to find out in the future. Elite Combustion. I always feel that college life will be very interesting. More than an hour later, Tang Qi successfully walked out of the elite-level Pokemon area and came to the senior-level Pokemon area. This place can't stay too much. A little ghastly of the normal level, there is no way to keep him safe here. However, not long after, a familiar figure suddenly appeared on the road ahead. A tall man is commanding Gabite in front of him to fight against Luxio on the opposite side. Dig! The tall man stretched out his arms and shouted. Crack! Gabite responded, quickly dug a hole with 2 sharp claws, jumped out, and shuttled underground. Roar! Seeing this, Luxio's saffron-colored pupils suddenly stood upright. It paced back and forth, and the stars behind it swayed slightly. Click! In an instant, the ground under Luxio's feet was dented suddenly, and Gabite flew out of it, waving his sharp claws, leaving scars on Luxio's body. At the same time, Luxio was severely impacted, like a kite with a broken string, and flew upside down several meters away. Luxio fell into a coma. Seeing that the battle was over, Tang Qi clapped his hands and said loudly, "Brother Bin, look who is here." Lu Bin threw an energy cube to Gabite, then turned around and saw Tang Qi, and grinned, "So it's you, kid. What, has Ghastly broken through to the senior level?" Hearing this, Tang Qi coughed lightly, and said perfunctorily, "It's coming soon." After saying this, he turned his gaze to Gabite and said, "Brother Bin, did Gibble evolve so quickly?" Lu Bin nodded and smiled freely. "It evolved this morning." "Congratulations, you are really invincible now," Tang Qi said with a smile and fist. Unexpectedly, after hearing these words, Lu Bin looked solemn and shook his head lightly. "There is still a long way to go, this is just a small and insignificant achievement." After a while, he looked at the mountains in the distance and sighed. As the saying goes, there are people beyond people, and there is heaven beyond the sky. It has always been like this. Hearing these words, Tang Qi's heart moved, and he asked aloud, "What's the matter, Brother Bin, why did you suddenly sigh like this? This doesn't seem like something your character can say." Lu Bin smiled slightly, looked at Tang Qi and said, "Have you checked the ranking?" "I see." Tang Qi nodded, and continued, "You have always been in the top 3. Lu Bin hummed lightly, and then said in a complicated tone that I always thought that I could secure the first place. The why? Shen Weiyue, needless to say, I've heard about her a long time ago. A girl with super genius is very tricky, not inferior to me at all. Speaking of this, his face changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "You must have noticed that the current number 1 is named Chen Qi. I have never heard of his name, and I don't know. Where did this guy come from? Quote, maybe he's from another place, anyway, he's not from our imperial capital." Tang Qi chuckled inwardly, while saying solemnly, "Well, it's possible." Lu Bin nodded slightly, agreeing with this speculation, and said, "So I said that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. According to his progress in points, this person must have. There is an elite Pokemon, so the points are far ahead of me and Shen Weiyue." Quote, "I guessed it right." Tang Qi silently praised Lu Bin from the bottom of his heart. Afterwards, Lu Bin laughed loudly again, and said, "But that's fine, there is competition to be motivated. If only Shen Weiyue is a rival, it would be too boring. After I leave the secret realm, I want to see the true strength of this Chen Qi." His eyes were bright and he was full of pride. Tang Qi chuckled and said, "Brother Bin, if you want to get to know him, I can help you get acquainted." "Huh." Lu Bin cast a puzzled look. Tang Qi cleared his throat, and then said, "Brother Bin, I know Chen Dao." "Which class is he in?" Lu Bin asked in a low voice without doubting him. "Class 1 of the research department." Tang Qi answered truthfully. Lu Bin. On August 19th, the 4th day of field military training, the weather was fine. Chen Qi opened his sleepy eyes and woke up from his sleep. He is still sleeping in the cave from the previous day, and the original owner, Seviper, has been kindly invited away by him. The tall Gogoat slept beside him, and Combuskin slept with him in the tent. After breakfast, Chen Qi opened today's ranking. Chen Qi, points 5,300, ranking. Lu Bin, points 2,900, ranking 2. Shen Weiyue, points 2,750, rank 3. Yesterday, after defeating Ursaring, Chen Qi once again defeated 2 elite Pokemon, plus today's survival points. The total points have reached an astonishing 5,300. Lu Bin, who is in second place, has opened up a terrifying gap, a gap that cannot be caught up. On the contrary, Lu Bin was quite diligent, overtaking Shen Weiyue once again, and came to the second place. These two are really equal. After lightly commenting, Chen Qi finished his breakfast and rode on Gogoat's back. Today's task is still leveling. Also, this is the last day of Combuskin's leveling journey, and the next 3 days will be replaced by Matang. Chen Qi thought to himself. During the 4 days of leveling, Combuskin has gained a lot of experience and gained a lot. As the saying goes, there is relaxation and relaxation. After 4 days of high-intensity fighting, although Combuskin can still keep up physically, he must be a little tired mentally and even feel a little bored. This way, it's time for Combuskin to take a short break and combat training can come to an end and turn into proper performance training. Always pay attention to the physical and mental health of Pokemon. This is what an excellent trainer should do. Thinking about it, Chen Qi patted Gogoat under his crotch, and asked aloud, "Do you have any Pokemon that you usually don't like, or have conflicts? Today we will help you teach them a lesson." "Ah." Gogoat nodded decisively, remembering what he had witnessed all day yesterday. "That's right, then take us there." Seeing this, Chen Qi continued. "Ring." Gogoat responded in a deep voice, took steps, and embarked on the road of retaliate. Outside the varsity room, "Teacher Chin, I'm going to trouble you again this time." Chu Wai walked slowly beside a middle-aged man with a calm complexion, followed by Bai Yu. Chin teacher laughed loudly and waved his hands. "Where is this? It is my honor to be able to coach you." Chu Wai smiled slightly, and said, "If we left coaching from Teacher Chin in the past few years, our school team's performance would probably be quite different." Teacher Chin shook his head lightly, and said in a deep voice, "All the achievements are due to your own hard work, and I am only in charge of negligible assistance." When the words fell, he turned his head to look at Chu Wai, and said seriously, "Chu Wai, it's your first time as the captain of the school team, remember to act cautiously." He paused, and then said again, "This year's competition will only be more intense than before." Chin teacher put his hands behind his back and his eyes flickered. "Our school and Shanghai University have long lost their former dominance. Although we can steadily enter the forefront, if we can't win the championship, it is meaningless. Whether it's the freshman exchange competition or the college student league, the competition this year is very, very fierce, and you have to distinguish between the primary and the secondary. And you should also participate in the college league, right? Yes. Chu Wai looked solemn and nodded heavily. Teacher Chin hummed lightly, then patted Chu Wai on the shoulder, and said, hurry up and train, and put the college student league in the main position. As for the freshman exchange competition, just do your best. After saying these words, a slight smile appeared on Chin Teacher's face, and the heavy atmosphere disappeared immediately. He said, how is it? How are the freshmen this year? Are you satisfied? Hearing this, Chu Wai's expression changed a little, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he nodded and said, very satisfied. That's good. Seeing this, Chin Teacher smiled slightly and continued, the two people I asked you to pay special attention to should be doing pretty well. It's pretty good, Chu Wai said. Well, these two people have extraordinary backgrounds, and they belong to the coexistence of talent and hard work. They were both admitted to our school with high scores. They are the main players in this freshman exchange competition. As soon as the voice fell, the three of them had already walked to the door of the school team room. Go in. Chin Teacher opened the door and said. Okay. Chu Wai and Bai Yu followed Chin Teacher. Different from the previous 3 days, today there is a giant screen hanging on the screen in the school team room. The screen is divided into 10 screens, and the upper left corner shows everyone's name, points and ranking. There were several people sitting in the school team room. When they saw Teacher Chin coming in, they all stood up and said hello to Teacher Chin. Teacher Chin, the captain, has confirmed that the live broadcast shows the picture is correct. Wang Zhou stepped forward quickly and said, okay, thank you for your hard work. Chin Teacher asked. He looked up at the giant screen and said with a smile, let's take a look at their performance together. Immediately, Teacher Chin strode up to the screen in the lower right corner, looked intently, and muttered, Lu Yan, with 1350 points, ranked 10th. Standing beside Teacher Chin, Chu Wai introduced. He is from South Sichuan City, his parents are middle class, and Earl Dervish Pokemon is a Squirtle that has evolved into a Wartortle and has just broken through to the senior level. Not bad. Chin Teacher nodded and commented, this kind of person does not lack talent and hard work. You just need to give him some resources, and he can achieve remarkable results. You can focus on training. Afterwards, Chin Teacher stood in place again, quietly watching Lu Yan's battle performance and command level. Well, still need to temper. After commenting, he walked slowly in front of another screen, and said softly, Ji Yulong, with 1400 points, ranked 9th. Soon, he commented one by one, and came to the penultimate screen. Shen Weiyui, with 2900 points, ranked 3rd. Shen Weiyui is actually only the 3rd place. Looking at the ranking in the upper left corner, Teacher Chin's complexion changed slightly, and he was surprised. Chu Wai stood aside silently. He was already looking forward to Teacher Chin's reaction when he saw the 1st place. No, let me see who the first two are. Chin Teacher muttered, then walked towards the 2nd screen. Lu Bin, with 3000 points, ranking 2. Seeing this line of information, Teacher Lu Binchin shrank his eyes and looked shocked. How could it be? Lu Bin and Shen Weiyui are in the 2nd and 3rd place respectively. Who's number 1? Are there any other very good freshmen in the combat department this year? Questions came up one after another, driving him to step forward and come to the 1st screen. The next moment, just as Chu Wai expected, Teacher Chin stared blankly at the message in the upper left corner, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, he said with a trembling tone, Chen Qi, with 5300 points, ranked 1st. 5300? What? Chu Wai coughed a little, and then said to Teacher Chin solemnly, Teacher Chin, as you can see, there is a terrifying genius in this freshman class. His Pokemon is an elite-level Combuskin, with a very terrifying combat power, even the Ursaring in the secret realm was defeated by him. Quote. Chin Teacher was silent for a while. That's right. Chu Wai seemed to have thought of something, and added, he's not from the combat department, he's a freshman from the research department. Chin Teacher. Inside the secret, with Gogoat's help, Chen Qi found today's first prey, the elite Heracross. After several days of high-intensity battles, Combuskin's experimental ability is no longer what it used to be. Coupled with attribute restraint, he easily defeated Heracross. Not bad, go on, next one. Chen Qi patted Gogoat on the back, showing a satisfied smile. It should have been so long ago. It is much more efficient to ask Gogoat, a local Pokemon, for help than to find wild Pokemon aimlessly by himself. After a short break, the revengeful Gogoat drove Chen Qi to the next destination. Today, Gogoat's carnival day. While outside, you mean, Chen Qi is Bai Yu's cousin, actually a freshman in the research department. Chin teacher sat on the chair and gradually regained his composure. Yes, Chu Wai nodded slightly. Bai Ming's cousin. I see. Teacher Chin didn't know what he thought of, his eyes flashed. Since it's your cousin, he should join the school team, right? Chin teacher then looked at Bai Ming and asked. Bai Yu heard the words, pondered for a while, and replied, I can't guarantee that everything will follow his own wishes. Chin teacher nodded thoughtfully, and said, yes, everything follows the principle of voluntariness. Why? After that, he stared at Chu Wai, and said in a deep voice, no matter what, show the greatest sincerity and let Chen Qi join the school team. As long as he is there, this freshman exchange match will be safe. I will. Chu Wai nodded heavily. You are here to pay attention to their next performance. If there are other good seedlings, let me know in time. At the same time, you are all ready for this school team selection, and let me know when the final list is confirmed. Chin teacher said. Okay, Chu Wai replied. After saying these words, teacher Chin bid farewell to the two and left the school team room. Bai Ming looked up at the credits in the upper left corner of the screen, feeling really unbelievable. Don't say it's you, even I feel incredible. Chu Wai shook his head and smiled. The junior will definitely break the previous record and create a terrifying record that cannot be surpassed. He continued. I'm looking forward to the last day. On August 22nd, the last day of field military training, in the afternoon, the weather was overcast. That's it. Lu Yan looked at the black hole that was constantly rotating in front of him, then glanced at the map on the miniature phone, and nodded. This is one of the exits of Pingxi's secret realm. The head teacher has already said that afternoon on the 7th day, they can leave the secret realm one after another, and the school teacher will meet them outside. This time the harvest is great. Lu Yan looked down at the dusty body, reached out and gently stroked the prickly beard on his chin, with a bright smile on his face. Well, although it was very hard and tiring, and it could even be called the wind and camp, but luckily he survived. And I and Wartortle have grown rapidly in this process, which is growth from the inside out. Thinking that he was about to leave this secret place where he had stayed for 7 days, he opened the ranking. Lu Yan, with 2,850 points, ranked 9th. This is a very good result. He managed to stand out among the talented freshmen. He is proud of himself. As the line of sight moves upward, the points of the top 3 are also displayed one by one. Chen Qi, points 7,800, rank 1. Lu Bin, with 4,800 points, ranked 21st. Shen Weiyui, points 4,450, ranking 3. After silently looking at it, he calmly put the tiny phone back into his pocket. He has long been numb to Chen Qi's terrifying points. And under his observation, there is a high probability that Chen Qi did not use Combuskin to score points in the next 3 days. He should have sent out other Pokemon, so the growth rate of points is relatively slow. But this slowness is only relatively speaking. In short, Chen Qi is a monster that makes his peers unable to catch up. Suddenly, there was a da-da-da sound behind him. Lu Yan turned around and saw a huge Gogoat appearing at the end of the road. A familiar figure was sitting on Gogoat's back. Looking at this very familiar person, Lu Yan didn't know what expression to make for a moment, but he sighed silently in his heart. Here he comes, and he comes with terrifying points. Lu Yan. At this moment, Chen Qi recognized Lu Yan standing in front of the exit of the secret realm. Gogoat sped up slightly, and soon came to Lu Yan. Afterwards, Chen Qi lightly jumped on the ground, looked at Lu Yan and said with a smile, I said we are destined, but I didn't expect that we are in the same school. Congratulations, you're in the top 10. Lu Yan opened the corner of his mouth and replied, don't make fun of me, you are the real one. Chen Qi of the first place. His tone was very complicated. Chen Qi waved his hand and said, you're lucky. Chen Qi, add a contact information after you go out. Lu Yan said proactively. No problem. Chen Qi replied straightforwardly. He and Lu Yan did have a lot of fate. They were matched in the battle club, met in Hanhe Forest, and they were still in the same university. Immediately, Lu Yan left the secret realm first. Chen Qi turned around, looked at the honest Gogoat, touched its head with his hands, and smiled gently. I've worked hard for you these days. Ah, Gogoat shook his head, then rubbed his head against his body. I left you some energy cubes in the cave, remember to take them away later, Chen Qi said. Ring. Gogoat nodded. After confirming that there was nothing missing, Chen Qi waved to Gogoat, and stepped into the exit of the secret realm without looking back. For him, these 7 days of calming down the mystery are just a small episode on the advance trail. Ring. Watching Chen Qi's figure disappear into the black hole, Gogoat raised his head to the sky and screamed, and immediately ran wildly towards the mountain top, facing the setting sun. The familiar feeling of spinning and spinning came over, and after an unknown amount of time, Chen Qi opened his eyes in a daze, and found himself in the open space full of students standing in October. Chen Qi, this way. Suddenly, Lu Yan's shout sounded in his ear. Chen Qi turned his head and saw Lu Yan waving at him not far away. He walked through the noisy crowd and quickly came to Lu Yan. Now you need to find your own class, and then hand in your tiny mobile phone and camera. After everyone comes out, you can go back to school, Lu Yan said. By the way, Chen Qi, what class are you in? Let's go there together, the battle is over there. Lu Yan pointed to the side. Chen Qi said abruptly, Lu Yan, where is the research department? A big black question mark appeared above Lu Yan's head, his face full of doubts. Chen Qi said very seriously, I am class 1 of the research department. Question mark. Lu Yan, that, over there. Afterwards, Lu Yan's face was dull, and he stretched out his finger and pointed to the right direction. Thank you. Chen Qi nodded slightly, and then added, by the way, the mobile phone has not been sent yet. My contact account is *, you can write it down. Then I'll go first. Chen Qi waved his hand and walked to the right, leaving Lu Yan, who was full of doubts about his life, standing there blankly. Class 1 of the research department. Elite class Combuskin. Ah, Chen Qi shuttled through the crowd again. He always felt his name ringing in his ears from time to time, as if someone was discussing him along the way. Also, it's strange that the first place is not discussed. Finally, Chen Qi saw Tang Qi who was waving towards him from a distance, so he came to his class. After seeing Chen Qi arrive, the homeroom teacher counted the number of people, then took back the microphone and brooch, and took them to the parking lot. Tang Qi and Chen Qi were at the back of the line. Brother Chen Qi, your points are too scary. I heard people discussing you along the way. Tang Qi said in a low voice. Some people in our class also discussed it, but they didn't think of you at all, ha ha ha. Chen Qi smiled slightly, and said, I specially checked brother Tang Qi's ranking, and you were ranked 48th, which is also very good. Tang Qi frowned and said, hey, it's also the highest ranking among research students other than you. False name only 8. As night falls, the Milky Way runs across the sky. After getting on the bus back to school, everyone was very tired and fell asleep. After 7 days of field military training, everyone is physically and mentally exhausted, and now they just want to go back to bed and sleep without being disturbed. After a while, the phone vibrated slightly. Chen Qi opened it and saw that it was a friend request from a stranger. There is a line of notes below, I am Lu Yan. Chen Qi clicked to agree, successfully adding Ruzi as a friend. Little Lu who is motivated, are you, really a research student? Amen, to be precise, I am class 1 of the research department. Little Lu who is motivated, excuse me. Chen Qi smiled slightly, but did not choose to continue replying. It's true, between boys and boys, apart from going out to play and play games, the only thing they have to do is chat online. Chen Qi glanced at the high school class group by the way, and saw that Pei Qian and the others were discussing field military training in the group. He secretly watched for a while, and then put down his phone. Except for a very small number of special schools, the rest of the field military training schedules are all the same. He leaned against the window, the dinner lingered past, and the cold moonlight gradually fell. This time the field military training has gained a lot. He began to sort out the gains this time. First, Combuskin has successfully broken through to the elite level, has gained more practical experience, and his fighting skills have been honed to a certain extent, and his evolution is not far away. Combusken is currently the most competitive Pokemon in Chen-Chi's team. The more it improves, the more it can drive the growth of the other two Pokemon. Secondly, the Metatang level has reached level 25, and it has only been a week since it broke through to the senior level. Field military training is really a good event, I suggest holding it more often. Chen-Chi secretly said with emotion. If it is in the wild, the level-up efficiency of two Pokemon is not as good as it is now. The concentration of Pokemon in the secret realm is much higher than that in the wild, and this is also the place where the school specially built the Field 440 inches military training. Although Ralt's level improvement is not obvious, it has laid a solid foundation and can start its leveling road. Well, and the Ralts learned to teleport during field training, which is good news. Teleport is a god-level skill in the real world. And for me, it's time to start learning teleport. Chen-Chi's eyes flickered, and he remembered the scene when he asked Father Chen how to learn teleport. Father Chen put his hands behind his back and shook his head lightly. Only by ourselves, the probability of us being able to learn teleport is almost zero. Afterwards, Father Chen looked at him closely, and said in a deep voice, but we who are born psychic can learn together with our own Pokemon. Study together. Yes, my Earl Dervish Pokemon is Abra, and since the day I got it, I've been exercising psychic and learning psychic skills with it. Not long after it learned teleport, so did I. Psychic Pokemon have a lot more talent for mastering psychic than us, so learn from your Ralts and improve together. In this process, you can also promote your relationship with each other and strengthen your bond. Chen-Chi understood what Father Chen meant. There have been systematic explanations for psychic exercises, but there is no detailed coaching instructions for these extremely special psychic skills. Learning from the superpower Pokemon is undoubtedly the best way. Well, stay in the school during the school term, let Metang break through to the elite level, and learn teleport by yourself. After completing these 2 points, you can find a special magnetic field for Metag to complete the transformation before evolution. Chen-Chi thought to himself. Normal is quite busy during the school term, not to mention they are still freshmen. To be familiar with the campus environment, get used to university work and rest, get to know student teachers, join clubs, participate in various activities, etc. Take your time, Chen-Chi thought to himself. There are many things you want to do, so take your time and move forward steadily step by step. After an unknown amount of time, the bus staggered into the Imperial Capital University College, and the students who woke up looked at the scene outside the window, extremely excited. Finally out of the savage society, woo woo woo. I need a shower. I need a good night's sleep. The cosmetics I bought specially have not been used yet. Chen-Chi and Tang-Chi sat at the back, silently listening to the yelling of the girls in the same class. When the bus parked steadily in the parking lot, the head teacher clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. He glanced around and said, "Students, after going back today, everyone should have a good rest. Tomorrow night is the opening ceremony of the new semester. I will send a notice in the group in advance, and then please arrive at the playground on time." Clear. Receive. After saying these words, the head teacher waved his hand and left first, while the rest of the students rushed towards the dormitory. Tang-Chi put his hands in his pockets and said coolly, "Brother Chen-Chi, how are you doing?" "It's okay." Chen-Chi nodded. Tang-Chi grinned. "I heard that there is a newly opened bar near the school. The atmosphere inside is good, why don't you go and relax?" Hearing this, Chen-Chi looked a little weird, then shook his head and refused. "Brother Tang-Chi, that's all, it's better for my Captivate to go back and take a scald bath now." Seeing Chen-Chi shaking his head and refusing, Tang-Chi's eyes flickered slightly, and he said immediately, "Since you won't go, then I won't go either. Let's go back to the bedroom." Xing-Kei, head teacher of Class 1 of the research department, bid farewell to many students, and soon returned to the teacher's apartment. During the school term, as the head teacher of the new class of students, his task is very heavy, not only to deal with various forms but also to collect messy information. After working for a long time, he let out a long sigh of relief. "That's about it. Take a shower and go to bed early." Xing-Kei stood up and was about to take a shower when suddenly the mobile phone on the table shook violently. He picked up his phone and saw that it was the main person in charge of the research department, his leader Liao Chunlai. Dean Liao. Although he was curious that Liao Chunlai called himself so late, but as a humble subordinate, he still smiled subconsciously. A thick male voice rang through the phone. Xiao Xing, is there a child named Chen Qi in your class? Liao Chunlai asked straight to the point. Xing Ke was slightly taken aback, but quickly replied, yes, he is a boy. Liao Chunlai nodded slightly, and then said in a strange tone, well, let this kid prepare, and speak on behalf of the freshmen on stage tomorrow. Xing Ke didn't understand the situation. Liao Chunlai seemed to have anticipated this situation. He explained, you should have noticed the ranking of this year's field military training, right? Xing Ke nodded without hesitation. I noticed that this year's first place is very strong, breaking the previous record. His name seems to be. Speaking of this, Xing Ke froze in place, then widened his eyes, and said in an unbelievable tone, Dean Liao, do you mean that the student in my class is Chen Qi? That's right, I have repeatedly confirmed that Chen Qi who ranks first in field military training is Chen Qi from our research department. Liao Chunlai replied. Immediately afterwards, he said with emotion, even I didn't expect that the student who set a new record in field military training is actually from my research department. Xing Ketai really didn't expect it at all. He had seen the ranking before, but he didn't link the two Chen Qi together. It's like you are leading a class from the bottom of the grade, and one day you see that the first person in the grade has the same name as someone in the class, you will only sigh why Chen Qi in other classes is so good, and you will not connect the two together. Although the analogy is not very appropriate, it is probably like this. Anyway, you remember help him write a freshman speech. Okay, Xing Ke replied. As Doduo sounded, Xing Ke put down his phone blankly and stood there for a long time. This is the first time he has encountered such a thing in his many years of coaching. After a long time, he returned to the table and dug out Chen Qi's personal information. A score close to full marks. The first choice is the research department of Imperial University, and I even didn't fill in a few choices. Such a student is simply the perfect candidate to become a Pokemon scholar. Looking at Chen Qi's almost perfect resume, Xing Ke sighed. There is very little information about the family, and it seems that the background is not simple. If you want to know, you probably have to ask the admissions office. The student information that Xing Ke can see here is not complete, and there are many special information that cannot be viewed. In any case, let him know first, and after his speech is finished, I will polish it for him a little bit. After making up his mind, Xing Ke called Chen Qi. The other side, in the bedroom, Chen Qi took a shower and lay down on the bed early. While scrolling through the short video, a strange phone call came. Chen Qi first glanced at the address displayed on the phone number, and after seeing that it was the imperial capital, he connected. After talking for a while, Chen Qi hung up the phone. Brother Chen Qi, who is it? Look at your strange face. Tang Qi cast a curious look. Chen Qi replied casually, Teacher, tell me to prepare for tomorrow's freshman speech. Hearing this, Tang Qi patted his thigh and said loudly, Yes, this is the reward for the first place in the field military training. After saying this, Tang Qi reminded, Also, your points can be exchanged for resources or Pokemon, don't forget. Chen Qi nodded slightly and said, Okay. On the evening of August 23rd, Crimson Purple occupies the entire skyline. The huge playground of Imperial Capital University was crowded with people at this time, and there were no empty seats. Freshmen, sophomore, and junior students gather here, and most of the seniors are out and about, only a very small number of people participate. The staff is adjusting the large screen and equipment on the chairman, and several cameras are aimed at the rostrum, waiting for the opening ceremony to start. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room of the opening ceremony of Imperial University was gradually rising. As the top university in China, the opening ceremony of Imperial University attracts the attention of countless people every year, including many former graduates and even many people who eat melons. Come here, the opening ceremony of my alma mater has begun. This is also my alma mater, but I forgot to send me the admission letter back then. If you don't understand, just ask, can I get into your school with 300 points? Attention, attention, this college student league is very fierce, alma mater must be careful. It doesn't matter, I will make a move. Finally, during the long wait, the leaders of each school sat on the rostrum, and the opening ceremony kicked off. Under the eyes of everyone, an old man over half a century old walked slowly in the middle of the rostrum. He was wearing a neat Chinese tunic suit, tall and straight with a very straight back. Through the large screen at the rear, each student can clearly see his appearance. Hello everyone, I am Wang Zhengyuan, the president of Imperial University. Before I say anything else, on behalf of all the teachers, students and staff, I would like to express my warmest wishes to all the freshmen. Warmly welcome. Quote, welcome to join the Imperial family. Today, you are proud of Imperial University. Tomorrow, Imperial University will be proud of you. The voice fell to the ground, and warm applause hit like a tide. Next, let me briefly talk about 3 points. The first point. The seat of Class 1 of the Research Department. Well, almost, it's basically the same as the high school opening ceremony. A thin, gentle-looking boy said to Tang Qi. This is the third and last boy in Class 1 of the Research Department, Xu Yiwen. Tang Qi shrugged and said casually, what are you talking about if you don't talk about it? Are you talking about romance? After saying this, Tang Qi stretched his neck, stared forward and looked back and forth, as if he was looking for something. Xu Yiwen nodded and continued. By the way, Tang asked, where did your roommate go? Did you see him? Tang Qi paused for a while, then replied, I don't know, maybe I haven't come yet. Hearing this, Xu Yiwen clicked his tongue and said, admiration, admiration, dare not come on the first day, fierce man. Immediately, Xu Yiwen rolled his dark eyeballs, and guessed, I remember that buddy has the same name as the first place in the field military training, it's not because he's afraid of embarrassment later, so. Why don't you come directly? Dongwang's population base is too large, let alone a school with the same name, or even a class with the same name. Seeing someone with the same name as me speak on stage is indeed a bit weird. Hearing this, Tang Qi looked strange. He glanced at Xu Yiwen, then patted him on the shoulder, and said softly, take a good look. After a long time, the principal's conversation ended, and the rest of the process continued. Speech by the representative of the dean. Speech by classroom representative. Finally, the host in formal attire said loudly, next, please let us welcome the representatives of this year's freshmen with the warmest applause. As soon as these words came out, there was thunderous applause and cheers. All the freshmen were looking forward to it, and all the old students finally raised their heads and looked at the rostrum. They have experienced field military training, so it is unbelievable that the #1 gold content of this field military training far exceeds the horror points of previous years. Lu Bin couldn't help sitting up straight, his eyes were like a scorching red sun, staring at the rostrum. Shen Weiyui sat in the corner, raised her cold face, her beautiful eyes were slightly shining. I'm coming. The drowsy Tang Qi suddenly raised his head and stared at the center of the main stage. What's coming? Xu Yiwen rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked up. Under the gaze of all the teachers and students in the school, a man in a black formal suit walked slowly from the backstage to the rostrum. The slim formal suit further showed his figure. The camera zoomed in, and his appearance was clearly visible on the big screen, with his slender black eyes, thin and lightly pursed lips, and sharp-edged outline. What the hell? Xu Yiwen opened his eyes wide, and slapped his thigh hard with his hand. In the next second, cheers came from all directions, completely drowning out his voice. Tang Qi chuckled, and amidst the deafening cheers, he whispered, I just like to see your ignorant appearance. Lu Bin looked through the crowd, looking straight at Chen Qi standing in the center of the rostrum, his frown slowly relaxed, and he murmured in a low voice, very good. Shen Weiyui frowned slightly, her black eyes that were too beautiful to look at Chen Qi. After a while, she lowered her head again. Chen Qi stood in the center of the rostrum, overlooking the thousands of students below, smiled slightly, and then said, hello, teachers and students. I am a student in Class 1 of the Research Department, Chen Qi. As soon as these words came out, the huge playground boiled instantly, countless people stared wide-eyed, their faces full of astonishment. Facing the eyes of countless people, Chen Qi didn't change his face, and the black clothes swayed slightly in the breeze, and said, at the same time, I am also Chen Qi who won the first place in this field military training. The playground fell into a brief silence. After the silence, it boiled like molten lava, with cheers, shouts, and applause intertwined, echoing for a long time in sky, the playground of Imperial University. At this moment, the popularity in the live broadcast room soared, and the barrage swiped the screen. Wait, did I hear you right? What does the research department mean? Literally, this freshman who broke the field military training record is actually a student of the research department. What? The opening ceremony of Imperial University ended on time, but the discussion on Chen Qi, a student from Class 1 of the research department, just started. Veilstone. Thousands of students were still chattering and curious about Chen Qi when they left the playground. But Chen Qi came to the door of the principal's office led by the class teacher Xing Ke. Knock on the door, I'll go first. Xing Ke glanced at Chen Qi with complicated eyes, then turned and left. Chen Qi gently knocked on the door. Please come in. After a while, a heavy voice came from the office. Chen Qi opened the door and entered, and saw the bearded principal Wang Zhengyuan sitting on a chair, looking at him with a smile on his lips. Sit. Wang Zhengyuan stretched out his hand. A trace of doubt flashed across Chen Qi's eyebrows. He nodded slightly, walked in quickly, and sat in front of Wang Zhengyuan. Wang Zhengyuan carefully sized Chen Qi up and down, then stroked his beard and sighed, like, really alike. With a thought, Chen Qi seemed to have a guess. Seeing that Chen Qi's face remained unchanged, Wang Zhengyuan admired secretly, and then said, your grandfather and I are old friends. His eyes gradually dimmed, as if the picture in front of him gradually blurred, and he said in a low voice, thinking about it carefully, I guess we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Chen Qi subconsciously straightened his back and listened quietly. Wang Zhengyuan chuckled, shook his head and said with a smile, when people get old, they always like to recall the past. Your grandfather and I have known each other since a long time ago. We also explored the secret realm together and carried out missions together. We have experienced a lot together. Later, he entered the alliance system, and I chose the education system. Speaking of this, Wang Zhengyuan paused, his eyes were deep, and he said again, I heard later that he went to the southern city of Sichuan to guard the border. It's another scene. Guard the border. Hearing these words, Chen Qi's heart was slightly shaken, and there were some more guesses about Chen Wei's position. Wang Zhengyuan's voice continued to ring in the office. I haven't been in touch with him for a long time. I didn't expect to see his younger generation famous on campus today. I'm very pleased. Wang Zhengyuan stroked his beard and sighed. Principal, I'm sorry, Chen Qi said modestly. Wang Zhengyuan smiled slightly and continued. I got news that you already have an elite-level combustion. Yes, Principal, Chen Qi admitted. Wang Zhengyuan nodded slightly, and immediately said, you were able to breed elite-level Pokemon in such a short period of time, you have an unparalleled talent in this regard. He paused, looked at Chen Qi, and asked, do you have any plans to change your major? If you want, I can transfer you to the battle department. Chen Qi shook his head when he heard the words, and refused. Thank you for the kindness of the principal, I am more interested in the research department. Whether he transfers to the battle department or not doesn't have the slightest effect on his progress. Hearing this, Wang Zhengyuan nodded and replied, okay, then I won't turn around. Immediately afterwards, he changed the subject and asked, then do you have any plans for your university? Chen Qi's eyes flickered slightly, and he understood that this sentence was what the principal really wanted to ask. He thought for a while, and slowly replied, let's improve ourselves as much as possible, and at the same time continue to improve the Pokemon's strength, and strive to make college life without regrets. Wang Zhengyuan's eyes lit up, a slight smile appeared on his face, he nodded and said, okay. After chatting for a while, Chen Qi got up and prepared to leave. Wang Zhengyuan also stood up, he smiled and nodded at Chen Qi, and said kindly, remember, do what you want to do in college. Principal, it is your most solid backing. Chen Qi's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded in response, thank you, Principal. After the words fell, he turned and left the principal's office. Wang Zhengyuan's last words were the biggest gain of his trip. With these words, he can walk sideways in Imperial Capital University. This is the benefit of having a background. Chen Qi sighed in a low voice. A strong background is sometimes not only reflected in financial resources, but more in its connections. And Wang Zhengyuan is undoubtedly one of Chen Weiyi's connections. If Chen Qi came from an ordinary family and did the same thing, the headmaster would at most value him a little bit and pay more attention to him. But with Chen Weiyi, the relationship at this level is completely different, from directness to intimacy. While his thoughts were surging, Chen Qi took advantage of the night to return to his bedroom. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Tang Qi hurriedly strode over and waved his mobile phone. "Brother Chen Qi, you are on fire." With a calm face, Chen Qi took the phone, and the campus forum of Imperial University was displayed on the screen, and the topic of the hot post on the top at this time was, Field Military Training First, Research Department. Record broken. Very good. The title directly points out the core content and is eye-catching. Chen Qi went out to take a look, and found that this post had reached thousands of floors, and it was still increasing. And the comment with the highest number of likes is like this: many years later, the freshmen of Imperial Capital University will still recall the 4 years when they were dominated by the big devil Chen. The corner of Chen Qi's mouth twitched, and he continued to read the comments below. Basically, it has been confirmed that Chen Qi owns an elite Li Wang chicken. The school team revealed a bit of information. It was an elite level combuskin, and then temporarily captured an elite level Gogoat as a mount. Also, the tyrannical Ursaring was also defeated by him. After seeing this line of words, Tang Qi frowned. I feel like this Chen Qi is a dimensionality reduction blow. How are the freshmen doing? It's okay. Anyway, he's from the research department, so what about our combat department? After a while, Tang Qi took back his phone and said with a smile, Brother Chen Qi, someone uploaded the video of your speech to the forums of other schools, and it is probably going to be popular too. I just don't know if it can be listed on the internet hot search. No, Chen Qi waved his hands again and again. After becoming popular on the internet, troubles will follow one after another, and you can't get rid of them. Go to bed early, school officially starts tomorrow, Chen Qi said. Okay, Tang Qi responded. At the same time, Kunlun University Female Dormitory. Hi, as expected of Imperial University, the opening ceremony is much more grand than ours. A girl with shoulder-length hair looked at her phone and sighed. This is a dormitory for 2 people. Opposite the long-haired girl is a girl who is buried in the case. She seems to be scribbling on the paper with a pen. What a handsome boy. Suddenly, the long-haired girl's eyes lit up, and her tone couldn't help but rise. Wow, they are from the research department like us, so amazing, she exclaimed. Immediately afterwards, she said, Chen Qi. Well, the name is not bad. As expected of Imperial Capital University, the freshmen are so outstanding. However, at this moment, the girl opposite her moved her ears, raised her charming face, and turned to look at the long-haired girl. Xiao Yi, what did you just say? The long-haired girl who was called Xiao Yi was startled for a moment, and then she smiled pleasantly, and quickly replied, the freshman representative of this year's Imperial Capital University, you are so handsome, it is said that the video of his speech has become popular on the internet. Xiao Ning, come and watch with me. Chu Yuning's complexion changed slightly, she stood up, walked quickly to Xiao Yi, and looked down at the screen. A familiar figure in a black formal suit came into view. Chen Qi, Chu Yuning whispered. Xiao Yi pointed at Chen Qi on the screen and smiled, how about it? He's handsome. It is said that he is the first place in the field military training of Imperial University this year, breaking Lu Elite's record many years ago. He is still a research student just like us. Chu Yuning stared closely at Chen Qi on the screen, opened her eyes, but didn't speak for a while. Ha, look at Xiao Ning, many people ask for his contact information in the comment area. Xiao Yi laughed. Chu Yuning hummed lightly, then returned to her seat, staring blankly at the empty cans on the table. It's really him. It turned out that he was at the school next to us. Chu Yuning raised her head, staring at the ceiling above her head, momentarily absent-minded. Can't sleep tonight. Next day, morning, time to go. After finishing tidying up, Chen Qi said to Tang Qi who was still in the bathroom. Right away, Tang Qi finally stroked his hair, looked at himself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he ran out of the bathroom and followed behind Chen Qi. The two walked side by side and headed towards the classroom. It was after 9 o'clock in the morning, and there were people coming and going in the campus. Some students just came back from class, their faces were confused, and some were chatting with each other, looking very bright. Obviously, freshmen like Chen Qi and Tang Qi belong to the latter category. At this time, they are extremely curious about everything on campus. This is the cafeteria. And here, art building. Look here, the battle stadium, there are a lot of people fighting Pokemon here every day. Along the way, Tang Qi introduced Chen Qi enthusiastically. His familiar appearance made Chen Qi always think that he was a sophomore who had repeated grades. The Imperial Capital University has a large area, and it would take at least half a day to walk around it completely. The two continued to move forward, and a square suddenly appeared in front of them. At this time, the square was full of people. Tang Qi touched his chin and introduced aloud, "Today is the official start of school, and these organizational departments and clubs have started to recruit new students. Fill out an interest form first, and there will be a unified interview in a few days, and you can join it if you pass the interview." Afterwards, Tang Qi raised his chin, shook his head and said, "It's no fun to join these, there are a lot of troubles in 7 days. I just don't know if there is any Moon Appreciation Club. If you join, you can ask a younger sister to go out to enjoy the moon and discuss life by the way." Chen Qi glanced at him lightly, stepped forward, and continued to move forward. As Tang Qi said, joining these organizational departments does not mean much, but it will squeeze his free time. The two continued to move forward, and after a while, a square appeared in the field of vision again, but it was different from the front square, there was only one tent here. But even so, the front of the tent was full of people. Tang Qi grinned and said aloud, "This is the highlight. If you want to join the school team, you need to sign up here. The registration period lasts for 3 days. After 3 days, all registered students will have a Pokemon battle in the battle stadium. The top 5 can join the school team." After saying this, he turned his head to look at Chen Qi, and said, "Brother Chen Qi, you are the number 1 in the field military training, and they will definitely invite you directly to join the school team." Chen Qi nodded thoughtfully. Not long after, the two walked into the teaching building and came to the classroom of this class. Unlike middle schools, colleges and universities implement a class system. They take this class together with 2 other classes, and the classrooms for each class are different. The 2 of them naturally chose the corner position to sit down. Even so, when Chen Qi walked into the classroom, everyone raised their heads and cast various glances at him. Chen Qi turned a blind eye to these gazes, opened the textbook with a flat face. For normal, the teacher will be brief in the first class. Simply introduce the general content of this lesson, and then talk about some classroom rules and precautions. This class is no exception. It's just that Chen Qi can clearly notice that teacher's eyes stay on him from time to time. It seems that yesterday's speech left a very deep impression on the teachers and students. Chen Qi heard from Tang Qi in the morning that the video even hit the internet hot searches in the middle of the night. Although it was only the end and was a flash in the pan, it was enough to prove its popularity. Not long after, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Chen Qi and Tang Qi packed their textbooks and were about to go back to the dormitory when they suddenly saw 2 familiar figures appearing at the front door of the classroom. Cousins Bai Yu and Chu Wai. The 2 men are talented and beautiful, and they immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Chen Qi walked up to greet her quickly, and said, "Hello, sister, brother Chu Wai." After a hot pot meal, Bai Yu's address was changed to "Sister" and "Chu Waigao." The 2 nodded with a smile, but Chen Qi always felt that there was a trace of heat in Chu Wai's eyes looking at him. "Brother Chen Qi, then I'll go first." Seeing this, Tang Qi Jerku left first. "Let's talk as we walk," Bai Ming said. The 3 walked out of the teaching building. "This time, he is actually looking for you." Bai Yu pointed at Chu Wai, "You can tell yourself, why?" With a gentle smile on Chu Wai's face, he looked at Chen Qi and said slowly, "I'm here this time to invite you to join our school team." He continued, "As the captain of the school team." Hearing this, Chen Qi secretly thought that Chu 520 Y's identity was indeed not simple. At the beginning, he felt that Chu Wai's behavior and temperament were not normal. The school team selects freshmen with potential to join the school team every year to prepare for the important competitions every year and to promote our school's prestige. I saw your performance in the field military training a few days ago, and I made up my mind at that time that I must pull you into the school team. Speaking of this, he smiled slightly and said, "It's just because you were a research student at the beginning, so I never thought that you were so strong in battle." Bai Ming added, "I am also a member of the school team. The school team is different from the organizational department. Our management is relatively loose, basically we don't hold meetings, and there are no messy activities." Afterwards, she shook her index finger and said with a smile, "We only have one requirement for our members, and that is to work hard to improve their strength and achieve good results in various competitions." Yes, Chu Wai continued. Secondly, after joining the school team, you can use the training ground and the battleground for free, and you can get certain points every month. Points? Chen Qi asked in confusion. Bai Yu took the initiative to explain. The nature of the points is the same as the points obtained from field military training. This points will accompany you throughout your college years. I will tell you in detail later. Okay, Chen Qi nodded. Immediately, Chu Wai looked at Chen Qi with hopeful eyes, and asked, "How about it, do you want to join the school team?" Chen Qi only thought for a second, then nodded and agreed, "Okay, I'll join." As long as there are no messy troubles, joining the school team is a good choice. Secondly, free training grounds and battlefields are all he needs. More importantly, the captain of the school team can be regarded as his brother-in-law. In this way, the principal of the school is my grandfather's old friend, and the captain of the school team is my brother-in-law. This, Chen Qi secretly complained. Okay, seeing Chen Qi nodding his head in agreement, Chu Wai's face suddenly showed joy, and he raised a big smile. "Let's go, I'll show you our school team's venue and register by the way," Bai Ming said impatiently. By the way, the other 9 members of the top 10 in this field military training all agreed to join the school team, and they are now at the school team site, and I will introduce you to them. Bai Ming continued. At the same time, in the school field, another 9 of the top 10 for field training are in the process of being registered. Seeing Lu Yan fill in his name, Lu Bin smiled heartily and said, "So your surname is Lu, and we have been a family for 500 years. Afterwards, Lu Bin looked around and sighed. "They are all geniuses, but I don't know if that person will come." That person? Lu Yan was slightly taken aback. Lu Bin laughed loudly. "Of course it's the first place in the field military training, Chen Guan." Hearing that it was indeed Chen Qi, Lu Yan was slightly silent, and then said, "Should come, he will not miss this opportunity." Lu Bin nodded, and continued, "I very much hope that he will come." Meeting Lu Yan's suspicious gaze, Lu Bin said, "Because I want to challenge him. I want to see the gap between myself and the first place." At the same time, the door of the school team room opened. He came. The moment the door opened, 9 people looked sideways at the same time, and in the next second Chen Qi appeared in everyone's sight. He walked slowly beside Chu Wai. He was tall, wearing simple short sleeves. Just like the speech on the rostrum last night, it was full of youthful feeling. Seeing this, Lu Bin grinned widely, as if he was familiar with him. Normal took the initiative to meet him, stared at Chen Qi and said, "Chen Qi, I want to challenge you." The school team room fell silent for a while. The eyes of the remaining 8 people lingered between the two, and even the old members of the school team cast inquiring gazes. Chen Qi's face remained unchanged. He seemed to see the burning fighting spirit in Lu Bin's eyes, so he said directly, "When?" "Right now," Lu Bin replied with a look of impatience. "No problem. There is a battlefield next it," Chu Wai said beside him. The sudden battle was beyond his expectation, but it came at the right time. Whether you are a new member or an old member, you need to see Chen Qi's strength with your own eyes. Similarly, Chen Qi will not refuse experience points delivered to his door. Soon, under the leadership of Chu Wai, the huge crowd walked towards the battlefield on the side. This arena is only available to members of the school team, and it can be used in resolving conflicts. Bai Ming pointed to the arena in front of him. "Resolve the conflict." Chen Qi was slightly puzzled. Bai Yu smiled and explained, "It is inevitable that there will be disagreements between members, and at this time, only Pokemon battles can resolve the disagreements." Chen Qi suddenly nodded. This means that since you can't convince you with words, then use battles to convince you. In every corner of the world, Pokemon battles are going on all the time. Pokemon battles are deeply integrated into every aspect of everyone's life. And Pokemon plays the most important role in it. This is the Pokemon world. Not long after, Chen-Chi and Lu Bin walked to both sides of the battlefield, looking at each other from a distance, ready to go. Then I will be the temporary referee for this match. Chu Wai walked to the center of the field and said loudly. In the stands on both sides, more than a dozen people have already sat down, including new members who have just joined the school team after being invited, as well as old members who are discussing with each other. Lu Yan stared at the venue closely, his eyes unblinking, his face full of anticipation. Shen Weiui's eyes were cold. She sat alone in the corner, her beautiful black eyes kept scanning between the two on the battlefield. In the end, it fell on Chen-Chi. Please send out your own Pokemon. Chu Wiping raised the flag and said loudly. When the voice fell to the ground, the two looked at each other, and at the same time raised their hands and feet to release their respective Pokeballs. Go, Gabite, go, Metang. Following the shooting of two beams of red light, two figures appeared on the battlefield. Meadow. The whole body of Metang is silver, and under the illumination of the spotlights, it shines with dazzling luster, and its scarlet eyes look at the opposite side. Sending out Metig as Chen-Chi's short-term consideration. Combusken's strength is obviously disconnected from that of his peer Pokemon, which can be called a dimensionality reduction blow. Now there are many spectators beside him, and they are still members of the school team who will work together in the future, so try not to embarrass Lu Bin too much. Second, Combusken now gains very little experience for defeating veteran Pokemon. Different color Metig. For a while, there was a lot of noise in the stands, and many people stared wide-eyed and leaned forward, wanting to see the real face of the heterochromatic Metig up close. Metig, as the quasi-god Pokemon, is already very rare, while the value of Metig of different colors is several times higher, and it cannot be obtained with only financial resources. It's a status symbol. Many people have a deeper understanding of Chen-Chi's background. Lu Yan's eyes are relatively calm. He has long known the identity of Chen-Chi. As an elite junior, it is understandable to have a Metatang of a different color. Meanwhile, Bai Yu and Chu Wai also had calmer faces. 3 days after the field training, Empress Chen sent out this Metang. On the contrary, a strange color flashed in Shen Weiui's eyes, and she was slightly surprised. The other side, crack, Gabite roars wantonly, its appearance resembles a shark, its whole body is dark blue, and there are 2 protrusions on its head. Compared with Gibble, who is cute in appearance, and Garchomp, who is handsome and fierce, Gabite is in a period of low appearance, without any characteristics. Of course, in the quasi-god Pokemon, except for the hypertrophy of the second stage form, which has a good appearance, the rest seem to be not very good. Pokemon. Gabite Dragon Ground. Ability. Sand Hidden. Qualification. Champion. Level. LV24 Senior. Champion qualified Gabite. Chen-Chi was slightly distracted. Besides Father Chen's Alakazam, this was also the first Pokemon with champion qualification he had seen with his own eyes. It was also a surprise to see Father Chen's Alakazam, which has always appeared in the gym, only appeared once when Chen-Chi was exercising Psychic. Of course, Chen Wei must have more than one champion Pokemon. Today, Chen-Chi feels more and more that Pokemon's qualifications are not the most critical factor affecting Pokemon's growth. Reasonable breeder and training is. Take Dad Chen's Alakazam as an example. It is clearly a champion-level aptitude, but it is still stuck at the peak of the gym level. I don't know when it will break through to the master level. Finding a champion Pokemon is not particularly difficult for a few people, but it is really difficult for breeder to produce a champion Pokemon. There is only one champion trainer on the bright side of Dongwang. Obviously, the Lu family background in front of him is not simple. Thoughts flashed. Chen-Chi looked away. The battle begins. Chu Wai waved down the flag quickly, announcing the official start of the battle. The voices of the two sounded at the same time. Bulldoze. Electromagnetic levitation. When the voice fell to the ground, Gabite looked fiercely, and stomped ground forcefully, and the ground shook slightly in an instant, causing considerable damage to Metig. Meadow. Metig was twice restrained by the ground-based skills, and suffered a little pain. Fortunately, the physical defense value was high enough and he was not directly hit hard. Afterwards, the electric current flickered, winding around Medig's body, and the currents intertwined to generate magnetic force, dragging Medig to suspend in midair. Electromagnetic levitation can leave the ground, float in midair, and then be immune to ground moves. Although Medig itself can levitate in midair, it is not directly immune to ground-type moves, so it needs to use electromagnetic levitation. Good command. Chu Wai looked at Matang and admired secretly. At the same time, junior members in the stands crossed their arms and nodded slightly. Very good, very decisive. Even if you resist the damage of the first skill, you still have to use electromagnetic levitation. This is a very correct choice. As a ground-type Pokemon, Gabite has mastered multiple ground-type skills and is extremely threatening to Medig. Using electromagnetic levitation, she is immune to ground-based moves for 5 turns, which greatly limits Gabite's choice of moves. Afterwards, he shook his head again and said, Lu Bin is still hesitating. Meeting the suspicious gazes from the side, he said lightly, if I were, I would directly use Earthquake in the first round, directly inflicting heavy damage on Medig. Of course, only if the Gabite has mastered Earthquake, he added. After all, he is a freshman, and he has just become a trainer for a short time. It is very normal to have some shortcomings in command. A sophomore member said. So decisive. Lu Bin was slightly surprised when he saw that Chen Qi asked Metang to use electromagnetic levitation in the first round. Thoughts flashed by, his eyes flickered slightly, and he stretched out his arms and shouted, Gabite, crunch. Crunch also deals double damage to Medig. Crack. Gabite responded with a low growl. It took a step, and the fins on its back swayed accordingly. Like a blue whirlwind, it rushed in front of Medig in the blink of an eye. At the same time, it opened its ferocious mouth, its sharp fangs gleamed with cold light, and terrifying evil energy emerged from it. It came menacingly, with awe-inspiring breath, and it was obvious that Breeder was doing very well. Even Chu Wai, who was beside him, nodded slightly. Looking at previous editions, this Gabite can be considered top-notch. What's more, its real strong period has yet to come. Of course, the same is true for the opposite Medig, their real strength is in their final form. Psyshock. Chen Qi looked ordinary, and spoke calmly. If the razor-toothed shark is like a sharp spear piercing the enemy's heart, Medig is the indestructible shield. Meadow. As soon as the voice fell, Medig responded dully, his eyes glowed with dazzling blue light, and his mental power turned into a magical wave of thoughts, and he rushed straight to Gabite. Thought wave is invisible but tangible. Intangible because it is different from other energy fluctuations, it is very difficult to avoid. Tangible in that it is also expressed in a materialized form, visible to the naked eye. Crack. Gabite failed to avoid Psyshock. This strong wave of thoughts quickly drilled into his mind, turning into a sharp hammer, hitting Gabite's brain nerves again and again. Its complexion changed drastically, revealing a look of pain and crying out in pain. Looking at this scene, Shen Wei couldn't help leaning forward a little. Continue. Bullet punch. Chen Qi continued to command. Hearing this, Metang said that assist was flying magnetically, and he came to Gabite in an instant, and his saffron-colored fists smashed out like bullets, as fast as lightning. Bang, bang, bang. In a short period of time, dozens of punches swung out like a shower of Horacio, and fist marks appeared on Gabite's face, back, and abdomen. Seeing this, Lu Bin's eyebrows flashed with anxiety, but he still kept his face calm and said in a deep voice, Dragon breath. At the same time, Chen Qi shouted loudly, Metal Claw. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Gabite opened his ferocious mouth, and in an instant gathered a strong dragon's breath, and rushed towards him. But Medig's eyes froze, and he forcibly resisted the fierce dragon's breath, and Orberg's claws burst into sharp light, and he slashed away. Crack. Suddenly, Gabite felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. When he looked down, a scar was torn open on Gabite's abdomen, and fresh blood flowed out. Boom. In the next second, Gabite's consciousness fell into a blur, his figure swayed, and he fell to the ground, his eyes had turned into circles. Chu Wai glanced at it, then raised the flag high and said loudly, Gabite is incapable of fighting, so the winner is Chen Qi. In an instant, warm cheers and applause erupted from the stands on both sides. Lu Bin stared at Gabite, who was lying on the ground, was taken aback for a moment, and then took Gabite back to the Pokeball Minister. Looking down at the Pokeball in his palm, he had a bright smile on his face. This is good, we have more motivation to move forward. Let's target him in the future. The Pokeball with the Gabite shakes gently. Through this battle, he understood two things. First, even if Chen-Chi doesn't send out his strongest Pokemon, he can still beat himself. What's more, Gabite still has the attribute advantage against Medig. Second, there is an obvious gap between myself and Chen-Chi in terms of command level, whether it is the judgment of the situation or the decisiveness of command. He was convinced that he lost. It is the strength of the first place in field military training, and this is Chen-Chi who broke the dusty record of Uncle. When thoughts were surging, Chen-Chi walked up to Lu Bin, nodded and said with a smile, "Your strength is very good, and I look forward to the next battle with you." Lu Bin parted the corner of his mouth, his eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he said loudly, "In the next battle, I won't be defeated so easily." Quote. At this time, Chu Wai walked over, and he applauded. It was a wonderful battle. Afterwards, he sighed again. Your demeanor is even better than the previous seniors. During the speech, everyone in the stands came to the battlefield and looked at Chu Wai together. Chu Wai glanced at Chen-Chi first, and then looked at the other 9 freshmen one by one, and said loudly, "You are the 10 most powerful among the freshmen in this class, you have already used 7 days proved himself." Quote, "You must have heard about our school team. I don't want to say more about the rest. I just want to tell you one thing." Chu Wai's gaze was like a torch, and he said loudly, "That's the freshman exchange competition." The freshman exchange competition, as the name suggests, is a competition for freshmen to participate in every year. Only the most powerful and powerful freshmen are eligible to participate. The freshman exchange competition is participated by the school as a unit, which is divided into team competition and individual competition. The specific competition system and process will be told to you later, and now I just want to tell you the importance of the freshman exchange competition. The freshman exchange competition has attracted the attention of college students across the country. Every university will participate, and every competition is very important. In the freshman exchange competition, you not only represent yourself, you represent the individual, you represent our school, and represent the thousands of Imperial University students standing behind you. You are their face and their pride. Chu Wai's passionate voice echoed in sky, the huge battlefield. Therefore, in the first month, you don't need to participate in other messy activities, you just need to improve your strength with all your strength. 1 month later, the school team will select players, and the teacher will personally lead the coaching. That's all for today, I wish you all good luck. After saying these words, Chu Wai clapped his hands. Since we have come to the battlefield, there is a lot of space inside, and we can conduct multiple battles at the same time. It's not as good as this. The other freshmen also play against each other. It's a way to get to know the future team members in advance. As soon as this remark came out, all the other freshmen became interested. They looked left and right to choose the right rival. No fighting student will refuse a Pokemon battle. At this moment, an old member suddenly appeared and stood in front of Chen-Chi. "Nuo Dejiao, Chen-Chi, are you interested in having a battle with me?" He grinned, showing his prominent white teeth. Bai Yu rolled his eyes at him from the side, and immediately introduced to Chen-Chi. "This guy is in my class, his name is Huang Quan, a famous fighter on our school team, he belongs to the kind of guy who plays on the street. The world will deadlift strangers for battle." Quote, "That is indeed a battle madness." Huang Quan was not annoyed when he heard Bai Yu introduce himself like this. Instead he added, "Hey, the main thing is that I just saw your hands itch just now. You can refuse him," Bai Yu reminded in a low voice. Chu Wai smiled slightly and said, "Let me tell you first, his trump card Pokemon is an elite Monferno, perhaps this is the main reason why Huang Quan challenged you. The captain still understands me." Hearing this, Huang Quan gave a thumbs up. "So that's how it is." Chen-Chi suddenly nodded. Infernape and Combuskin attribute are exactly the same, and they are very suitable for Pokemon to learn from each other. "No problem." After thinking for a moment, Chen Guan nodded in agreement. "Good." Huang Quan clapped his hands, overjoyed. Soon, the two stood on both sides of the battlefield and looked at each other from a distance. Chu Wai was still acting as a temporary referee. When the rest of them saw that Chen Qi was going to fight against the sophomores, they all decided not to fight for the time being, and still sat in the stands to watch the fight. If nothing else, they'd rather see Chen Qi send out his own trump card Pokemon. Look at that elite Pokemon that is invincible in field training. Please send out your own Pokemon, Chu Wai said loudly. The voice fell, and the two threw Pokeballs at the same time. Go, Combuskin, it's up to you, Monferno. White light bloomed, and two figures appeared on the field at the same time. Combuskin's eyes were sharp, and he flashed clock eye. Monferno is orange all over, with a pattern similar to blue face on the face, a circle of white hair around the neck, a swirl pattern on the abdomen, and a blazing flame on the tip of the tail. Pokemon. Monferno, Fire, Fighting. Ability, Fiery. Qualification, Master. Level, LV34 Elite. Level 34 Monferno, according to common sense, is not far away from evolving into the final form Infernape. It's just that compared to Monferno's level, Chen Qi paid more attention to the hidden information behind the level. Sister Bai Yu just became an elite trainer some time ago, and this sophomore-senior's trump card Pokemon Monferno is only level 35. But Sister Bai Yu and he are both members of the school team, and they belong to the most powerful group of people of their age. But even so, their trump card Pokemon is only at the elite level, far from reaching the peak of the elite level. At the elite level, that's a full year of breeder results. According to this calculation, being able to produce an elite level Pokemon in the sophomore breeder is considered excellent. Well, and according to what I saw and heard in the gym some time ago, there are very few senior students who came to challenge, and their main Pokemon already has professional level strength. That is to say, the senior level, elite level, and professional level are the three levels that need to be crossed in 4 years of university. But there are only a very small number of students who have professional level Pokemon in their senior year. Thoughts flashed. Chen Qi had a deeper understanding of the difficulty of improving Pokemon's strength. At the same time, Huang Quan narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the Liwang chicken opposite. With beautiful hair and sharp eyes, you can clearly feel its spirit from more than 10 meters away. Breeder was excellent. The battle begins. Chu Wai waved down the flag quickly, announcing loudly that the battle has officially started. Mach Punch. Huang Quan waved his right fist and said excitedly. Brick Break, Chen Qi said with a glint in his eyes. On the field, Monferno's figure was like a light, and he attacked in an instant, attacking Combuskin at super fast speed, as if there was no limit. The speed soared layer by layer, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The senior said, Xiao Huang's Monferno has been specially trained with a speed, and its speed is even better than that of ordinary Monferno. The quickest attack can often catch rival off guard. A group of freshmen opened their eyes wide, staring intently at the battlefield, watching this fierce elite-level battle. At the same time, they want to know more about the specific strength of Chen Qi's Combuskin. Combuskin stared sharply at the rushing Monferno, tracking its movement. Boom! For a moment, when Monferno was close to him, when the orange eyes and the jet black eyes looked at each other, it suddenly lit up its claws, white light bloomed, shining in front of its eyes. At the same time, Monferno punched Combuskin in the stomach. Aka! Immediately afterwards, Monferno's shoulder was also struck by Combuskin's sharp claws, and his skin was torn apart instantly, dripping with blood. The pain spread all over his body. Monferno raised his head to the sky and screamed, and the flames at the tip of his tail shot up. There was silence in the stands. After a while, the junior-senior stared at Combuskin on the field. His eyes were full of splendor. He exhaled, and then said, It's terrible, Combuskin has reacted unexpectedly. Not only did he react, but he also made a beautiful counterattack. He clearly understands how difficult it is to do this. It is not only necessary to have sharp eyesight to capture Monferno's movement trajectory, but also to have a super fast reaction speed, to be able to complete countermeasures at the moment of Monferno's attack. The surrounding freshmen fell silent for a moment, focusing on Chen Qi on the field with a calm expression on his face. In their eyes, Chen Qi is like the towering Mount Tai, which can only be looked up from afar. Close combat. But Huang Quan also reacted quickly. Seeing two Pokemon close at hand, he shouted directly. Aka! Monferno roared, his dark eyes burning with fighting intent. He strode forward and charged into Combuskin's arms. Close combat, the power is very high. If it is hit directly, Combuskin will be hit hard. Seeing this scene, Chen Qi pondered for a moment, and said sharply, aerial ace. After the end of the first round, Combuskin's speed has been improved. It moves lightly, agilely and flexibly. It first avoids the attack from Monferno, and then flashes to the back of Menged Monkey. Suddenly, Combuskin raised his sharp claws high, slashed down, and slashed. Get out of the way. Seeing this, Huang Quan yelled anxiously. It's a pity that Huang Quan is not Ash, and Monferno is not a senior brother, and it has not yet acquired god-level skills. Dodge quickly. Click. The sharp claws slashed down, directly tearing a long scar on Monferno's back, and the severe pain spread rapidly. Ah-cha! After being severely wounded, Monferno let out a furious roar, eyes rage, and the flame at the tip of the tail blazed blazingly. The flames soared into the sky, the flames surged, and its momentum rose suddenly in an instant. Fire! Looking at the scene in front of him, Chen Qi narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. After being attacked twice in a row, Monferno has entered the fierce fire contest condition, and its combat power has been promoted. Just like perseverance is to Swellow, fire is also crucial to Monferno, which is the key to counterattack and comeback. But Chen Qi won't give it a chance to come back. Once again, brick break, he said awe-inspiringly. Monferno, flamethrower. Monferno roared recklessly, opened his mouth, and orange flames emerged, which turned into thick flames and shot out in a flash. Seeing this, Chen Qi had no choice but to let Combuskin avoid him, and ordered, bounce. Charlo. When the voice landed, Combuskin jumped and easily reached a height of more than 10 meters, almost close to the ceiling. Unrelenting, Monferno raised his head, and the thick flame pursued Combuskin. The flames surged, passing BCDD Combuskin directly, hitting the ceiling above the head, and it was suddenly scorched black. Chu Wai raised his head to look at the scorched area, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, then turned his head to stare at Huang Quan expressionlessly. Ahem. Huang Quan smiled sarcastically, and the flames of Monferno dissipated at the same time. Immediately afterwards, on the field sky, Combuskin folded his arms and pointed at Monferno with one foot, bursting out with all his strength, and charged towards Monferno with a bang. Monferno wanted to dodge, but the falling Combuskin was too fast, turned into an afterimage, and fell in an instant. Boom! In an instant, the falling Combuskin collided with the subconsciously punched Monferno, and a huge shock wave erupted. Boom! The violent shock wave spread in all directions, and the battlefield seemed to explode. Click! The field under Monferno's feet was broken layer by layer, showing large and small cracks. Junior Senior embraced his arms and muttered in a low voice, "It's been several years, and the quality of the venue is still so poor." On the field, Combuskin lightly landed on the ground, kept a safe distance from Monferno, and stared quietly. Monferno stood where he was, covered in scars. He shook his head, trying to make his consciousness more smelling salts. But the endless darkness still hit like a tide, completely submerging it. With a bang, it fell to the ground. Above the stands on both sides, after a moment of silence, there was thunderous applause and cheers. Lu Bin stared at it for a long time, then suddenly shook his head and sighed, "I always feel that I am too far away from this goal." Lu Yan's eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself, "Combuskin has become much stronger. Strong enough to suffocate him. Now that Wartortle is facing Combuskin, it is estimated that it is not a single enemy." Chu Wai held up the banner representing Chen Qi at the right time, and said loudly, "Monferno is incapable of fighting, so the winner is Chen Qi." Huang Quan withdrew Monferno, then strode up to Chen Qi, sighed, "I have never seen such a vigorous freshman, this time I am convinced." After saying this, he stared at Chen Qi, and said carelessly, "But I'm only temporarily convinced. After I practice with Monferno for a while, I will challenge you again. Next time, I won't lose," Huang Quan said with blazing eyes. "We'll wait and see." Chen Qi grinned. He suddenly fell in love with the atmosphere of Imperial University. Not bad, a very exciting matchup. Chu Wai walked between the two of them while clapping his hands. He first looked at Huang Quan, and nodded slightly. "It seems that you have heard what I said last time, and have focused on training Monferno's speed." "Hey, the captain saw it." Huang Quan scratched his head and smiled. Chu Wai turned his head to look at Chen Qi again, opened his mouth, but didn't speak for a long time. In the end, he patted Chen Qi on the shoulder and sighed. Brother, to be honest, I can't judge you. If I were a freshman with you, you could hang me with one hand. Well, I only have one sentence for you. Chu Wai stared at Chen Qi closely, and said slowly, don't be arrogant or impetuous, you can climb to the top. Okay, brother Chu Huai. Chen Qi nodded and said with a smile, I remember this sentence. Neither arrogant nor impetuous. You can't be proud and complacent because of the little achievements now, and you can't be arrogant because of the existence of the system. He secretly said to himself. Well, next, let's fight each other. Chu Wai nodded with a smile, and then said loudly. This time, the many freshmen really spread out, looking for the right rival. A group of old members sat in the stands, discussing with each other, quite a demeanor of giving advice. Chen Qi followed Chu Wai back to the school team room to register information. Brother, besides Combuskin and Medig, do you have other Pokemon? Chu Wai asked aloud. There is also a Ralts. Chen Qi replied truthfully. Ralts, that's right. Chu Wai nodded slightly, and then said, but Combuskin and Medig are enough, and the freshman exchange competition requires only 2 Pokemon. Only 2 Pokemon are needed for the personal battle of the freshman exchange competition. Thinking about it, when the freshman exchange competition started, all the freshmen had just been trainers for 3.5 months at that time, and being able to breed Pokemon with good strength in 2 songs was considered excellent. Sit down, let's talk slowly. Chu Wai stretched out his hand. The 3 sat down. As I said earlier, the freshman exchange competition is divided into team battles and individual battles. Among them, the team battle pays more attention to tactics, while the individual battle completely tests individual strength. At that time, the team battle and individual battle will be held simultaneously, so everyone can participate in any one. A team battle requires a total of 6 players and 2 substitutes. The competition system is similar to that of a ring. Whichever side loses all the players, the other side wins. Individual battles are relatively simple, and the 2 Pokemon who defeat rival will win and advance to the next round. Brother, which event do you want to participate in? Chu Wai raised his eyes and looked at Chen Qi. Chen Qi replied without hesitation, personal battle. His biggest advantage is his incomprehensible strength. It is most suitable to directly crush all the way and participate in simple and rough personal battles. It really is a personal battle. Hearing this, Bai Yu laughed out loud, I guessed it right. Chu Wai also smiled slightly, nodded and said, with your current strength, participating in the freshman exchange competition is a blow to dimensionality reduction. Let me explain to you the competition system of the individual competition in detail. Chu Wai paused, spoke for a moment, and then slowly said, at that time, each school will send 6 contestants to participate in the individual competition. The competition system is divided into knockout rounds, the race and the finals. Among them, the knockout round will pass at least half of the players, leaving 64 players. The main match will eliminate most of the players, leaving the last 8. These 8 people entered the final and competed for the final championship. Understood. Chen Qi nodded. Chu Wai nodded slightly, turned his head to look at Bai Yu, and said with a smile, your cousin participated in the individual competition last year, but ended up losing in the main competition. Hearing this, Bai Yu gave Chu Wai a hard look. Chen Qi suddenly asked, what about the college student league? Chu Wai was taken aback for a moment, met Chen Qi's serious gaze, and said slowly, the competition system of the college student league and the freshman exchange competition are almost the same, only the competition level is different. He paused for a while, and then said in a deep voice, if it is said that elite level strength can definitely achieve excellent results in the freshman exchange competition, then only professional level strength can achieve good results in the college student league. The freshman exchange competition is for freshmen like you, and the college student league is for juniors like me. Well, the sophomores are the busiest, there are almost no major competitions to participate in, and the seniors are either running around for work or traveling around for the Dongwang Conference. Dongwang Conference. Chen Qi was slightly taken aback. Chu Wai nodded, with longing in his eyes. He said, professional level is the minimum qualification to participate in Dongwang Conference. Therefore, only the best seniors are eligible to participate in the Dongwang Conference. But even so, the vast majority of senior students can't even collect 8 badges, so they can't enter the Dongwon Conference qualifiers. If you want to achieve good results in the Dongwon Conference, you need at least a gymnasium level. If you can really achieve excellent results in the Dongwon Conference, it means that you have the potential to be promoted to a master. Father Chen is now working hard to become a master. Therefore, these competitions from bottom to top are Freshman Exchange Competition, College Student League and Dongwon Conference. If you can achieve impressive rankings in each competition, you will be the real pride of heaven. Chen Qi nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, "Is that the case with Lu Elite?" Chu Wai nodded and said, "Almost. Lu Elite is the champion of the Freshman Exchange Competition and the individual competition of the College Student League. It's just that he participated in the Dongwon Conference for the first time and just entered the finals, and won the championship for the second time. Therefore, it is Lu Elite's little regret that he failed to win the championship at the Dongwon Conference for the first time." Chu Wai sighed. "Even so, Lu Elite is still an insurmountable legend." Bai Ming sighed. "Yes." Chu Wai nodded in agreement. After that, Chu Wai smiled slightly, and said again, "Let me tell you about points. Points are a very important thing in our school. Points can be exchanged for Pokemon, props, and even various daily necessities. You can understand points as a currency that is only used in schools." Bai Yu added, "An important purpose of holding field military training is to give you some benefits so that you can get some points. Of course, you can't get any good things just by relying on the points in your hands. A Pokemon with excellent qualifications needs tens of thousands of points." Chen Qi's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked immediately, "So there are other ways to get points?" "Bingo." Bai Yu snapped his fingers and said, "There are many ways to get points. If you are serious in class and perform well, the teacher can give you points. You can get points by participating in activities, and even..." She paused for a while, then said again, "Suppose I need to explore a secret realm, I can pay a certain amount of points to find teammates to act as bodyguards and go with me." Good guy, the team function. Participating in the Freshman Exchange Competition can also earn points. The higher the ranking, the higher the points. After saying these words, Chen Qi completely understood that the most important purpose of this point is to motivate students and enhance students' enthusiasm, which is equivalent to a reward, but it is different from a reward. There's nothing else to say about the rest, you'll get to know it slowly. Bai Yu finally said. Okay, Chen Qi nodded. Afterwards, the three of them discussed, and Chen Qi left and returned to the dormitory. Why are there so many friend requests? Back in the dormitory, sitting on the chair, after turning on the phone, Chen Qi saw a lot of friend request messages. Contact information exposed, he muttered, and began to clean up these friend application notifications. As we all know, netizens have great powers, and they can even find your contact information along the network cable, and simulate your growth experience from childhood to adulthood. This is one of the reasons why Chen Qi is reluctant to become popular online. When there are more people who pay attention to themselves, troubles are bound to follow. What this is? Suddenly, Chen Qi stopped his actions and looked at the friend request notification on the mobile phone. Hi, I'm Chu Yunning from Anliang Village, northern Sichuan City. Anliang Village, Chu Yunning. Chen Qi looked at this line of news, his eyes flickered, and the figure of a girl slowly emerged in his mind. Couldn't it be that you found me through the video? Chen Qi thought to herself while agreeing to her friend request. At the same time, Kunlun University female dormitory. Chu Yunning, who was preparing textbooks, was sitting at the table when the phone in her pocket vibrated slightly. She put down the textbook, took out the mobile phone in her pocket, opened it, and it was a message. You have successfully become friends with Amen, let's chat now. Chu Yunning's eyes suddenly lit up, and a beautiful smile bloomed on her face. She first opened the memo, copied a paragraph that had already been typed, and then pasted it into the chat box with Chen Qi. Then, she exhaled and clicked send. Chen Qi was about to take the initiative to ask, but Chu Yunning sent out a long message as if she had rehearsed countless times. Hi Chen Qi, I am Chu Yunning from Anliang Village, northern Sichuan City, and I am currently a freshman in the research department of Kunlun University. Thank you for your coaching to me and the jar of energy cubes you left behind. After seeing the video of your speech last night, I wanted to contact you and invite you to dinner in person to repay your kindness. Please agree. It turned out to be the research department of Kunlun University. This news answered his little doubts at the time. Chu Yuning, who was from a poor family, certainly could not afford a large amount of breeder and training expenses. Only the research department hardly cares about family background and financial resources. As long as the students themselves are smart and hardworking, they may achieve certain achievements. Thoughts flashed. Chen Qi tapped the screen to send a message. Chu Yuning put the phone on the table, kept the screen on contest condition, then picked up the textbook again and looked down. But this time, no matter what she did, she couldn't calm down, and there was always a thought in her heart that drove her to look up at her phone, to see if Chen Qi had agreed to her. The more you think about it, the more disturbed you will be, and it will be difficult to calm down. Fortunately, the phone vibrated soon, and it was Chen Qi's message. No problem, when? Chu Yuning blinked her eyes, then typed and replied. Are you free tonight? Immediately, after some discussion, the two decided to meet at the gate of Imperial University at 6:30 in the afternoon. Seeing the dust settle, Chu Yuning secretly let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the empty jars on the table, her heart finally calmed down. Xiaoyi, I won't have dinner with you tonight. Chu Yuning turned her head and said to Yang Yi, who was playing a game. Yang Yi was taken aback for a moment, raised his head and asked, What are you doing? Dinner with a friend. Friend, boy or girl? Yang Yi looked at Chu Yuning suspiciously. After 7 days of military training in the field and these 2 days of being together, she knew that Chu Yuning had an introverted personality and few friends, not to mention that this was an imperial capital outside of Norman, northern Sichuan city. Boy, Chu Yuning looked ordinary. Hearing this, Yang Yi's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Boy, are you handsome? Are you tall? Where are you from? Are you from our school? Chu Yuning calmly said, I met near my house. He is a freshman in the research department of the school next door. The school next door. Imperial Capital University. Xiao Ning, you actually know the boss of Imperial Capital University. Yang Yi said in surprise. A slight smile appeared on Chu Yuning's face, her red lips parted slightly, and she whispered, Yes. 6:30 p.m. Chen Qi arrived at the school gate on time, but saw a beautiful figure standing quietly on the sidewalk beside him, looking at him with calm eyes. Chen Qi walked up to him quickly. Chu Yuning is wearing a light blue short-sleeved shirt today. The color is very light, the style is loose, and underneath is a pair of black jeans. The hair looks like it has just been washed and blow-dried, and it is naturally draped behind the back. It is very clean and quiet. It's just that her skin was a little darker than the last time we met because of the military training in the field. Behind Chu Yuning was the embers of the setting sun. Hi, long time no see. Chen Qi waved his hand to greet Chu Yuning. You. Hello. As soon as the rightful lord appeared, Chu Yuning committed her old problem again. What shall we eat? Chen Qi smiled slightly, as if talking to a long-lost friend. Perhaps seeing Chen Qi is normal, with a smile as bright as the first time we met, Chu Yuning's inner tension gradually dissipated. She moved her lips and said, I can do it. Chen Qi thought about it seriously, and finally said, Eat dry pot. I haven't eaten dry pot for a long time. If 2 people eat dry pot, without adding messy things, it will cost up to 100 N. Chu Yuning nodded like a kitten, her slender eyelashes fluttered, and the sunset behind her slowly fell, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on her body. Let's go to the food street next to it. Chen Qi thought for a while and said. There is a food street nearby, a paradise for college students. The two walked side by side towards the food street. There are a lot of pedestrians on the road, there are couples walking side by side like them, there are boys playing and playing rough, and there are also men and women who hide their feelings for each other. This is the first time I've been outside since I went to college. Chen Qi took the initiative to break the silence. .00. Me too, Chu Yuning said softly. Chen Qi nodded, and continued, How do you feel about college life? Chu Yuning raised her face, thought about it seriously, and then replied, Very good, my roommate is very good. What about life? It's not bad, there's a lot to eat. That's very good. Chen Qi and Chu Yuning walked slowly, and soon came to the lively food street. The afterglow of the setting sun also gradually dimmed, the sunset glow completely faded, but the color of the sky became more Cassandra, the first white star lit up, and the last quarter moon hung on the other side. The two found a dry pot restaurant as they wished, and found a corner to sit down. After ordering the dishes, Chen Qi looked up at Chu Yuning, who was facing slightly lowered eyes, and asked, "How is it? After some training, how is the field military training going?" Chu Yuning raised her head, looked at Chen Qi with her beautiful black eyes, and she replied with a lighter tone, "Students from the research department of our school can team up in 2 groups, and my roommate and I will form a team together. Evie help we earned many points." Quote. After saying this, she looked at Chen Qi very seriously and said, "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" Chen Qi waved his hand and grinned, "Thank you and Evie, your hard work is the most important thing." Yeah, a shallow arc rose on Chu Yu's delicate face, and finally a beautiful smile burst out, "Thank you and Evie." Seeing that Chu Yuning still didn't mention herself, Chen Qi shook his head helplessly. Chu Yuning's slightly cold voice continued to sound. "After the field military training was over, the homeroom teacher found out about my situation and told me that I can reduce tuition fees and get food subsidies. It's a good thing." Chen Qi nodded. "I didn't want it." Chu Yuning shook her head lightly, then her deep eyes sparkled with stars, and she said, "I think it should be given to someone who needs it more. My current points can fully support myself and Evie, and even have extra. The life of Evie and I will definitely get better and better, and we no longer need the help from the school." Chu Yuning looked at Chen Qi and said. Looking at the smile on Chu Yuning's face, Chen Qi was silent for a moment. "Do you have any plans for the future? Or what plans do you have for your college life?" After a while, Chen Qi asked. Chu Yuning blinked her eyes, and then replied softly, "I want to become a Pokemon scholar through study, and then take my grandma to live in a big city." "You will achieve it," Chen Qi said in a deep voice. Not long after, the steaming dry pot was placed on the table, and the two began to chat while eating. After a long time, the two got up and left the store, walking towards the school gate. "Okay, I'll take you here." Chen Qi stopped at the gate of Kunlun University and said to Chu Yaoting. "Thank you." Chu Yuning was as polite as ever. Chen Qi waved his hand and said with a smile, "It should be me thanking you, the taste of dry pot is quite good." When Chu Yuning heard this, she was taken aback for a moment, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and said softly, "You said the same thing last time." Last time, Chen Qi was taken aback for a moment, then remembered the note left behind, and smiled slightly, "The food you cooked is even better than today's." Yeah, Chu Yuning gave a soft hum, her eyes unconsciously looked at ground, her voice was like a mosquito, "I'll go first, bye." Bye-bye. As the moonlight fell, Chen Qi looked at Chu Yuning who was gradually disappearing from sight, smiled and shook his head for a long time. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.